personally have had great success with your company. My books have had great success with your company. And everybody that I talk to that wants to publish a book, I highly recommend Readers, because not only do you do the publishing side, but you have a killer marketing program.
It's been exciting. Met a lot of people of different walks of life. Everyone has been very, very friendly.
This team here is efficient, they're professional, they look great. In fact, they look better than any other publishing company out here. Absolutely.
Right, we're going live in 30 seconds.
Good afternoon, San Francisco. How are you guys doing? How about a big hand for everybody for being here this afternoon? All right. Everybody is watching us live right now on the ReadersMagnet channels, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Please stay tuned for the rest of the afternoon. We have a lot of authors who are going to be talking about their book, the inspiration behind their great stories. And I know there's going to be a lot more. To those authors who missed to sign up and schedule for a 3-day event of the ReadersMagnet book Confab, definitely come over here and we'll find time for you so that you can at least talk and inspire your message to the rest of the world who's watching us right now. Again, thank you so much for being here. About a big hand again for everybody who's here today. I know you guys are really working tomorrow to support each other. Thank you so much. Now, to start off our afternoon session, we have a speaker. We were together at the University of Southern California last weekend, which was a good one. I was here last year as well at USC for the first time. LA Times Festival of Books. And when I attended it, I think the only thing that we had to really put up to is a small confab. And it was an experimental one that we did last weekend, which was a huge success. So far, we've had the most number of books, and we have the most crowd, definitely, at LA Times Festival of Books. Also because of our attendance coming from our speaking authors who were there, not only to check out their books, but to really network, communicate with the rest of the authors and some decision makers and fairgoers, and to have a chance to talk about their books. So it was a huge success, right? Maria, I think it's Sarah and Maria, we were there at USC, and I believe some of them, it was their first time to be in front of a crowd and talk about their book, and I'm sorry about the jitters. I know some of them were so nervous, like, James, can I talk? But this is my first time to talk, so I don't know what to do. But we made through it, we got through it, it was a huge success. I even lost my voice, you can remember, because it was just an entire weekend, Saturday and Sunday, full of discussion, full of storytelling, full of conversations, and it was a good one. And more fitting to really have another one here. Just a few hours drive from LA, going to San Francisco. And again, I'm happy that the next speaker today that we have was with us last weekend. I know it wasn't easy for her because I think she rode a train coming over here. So this really meant so much to her. Her book, Culminating Experience, Personal Theory, Open Feelings Toward Choosing Your Dreams. And I believe this is a compilation of different prompts. And our next author is using her holistic approach to help others and find a way to learn day by day with each other's to guide transformation and learn how to go further to keeping going the journey. She earned her degree in literature and language from the City College Sacramento and international business and a Master of Science in Counseling from California State University. An important view of this culminating experience has helped her to connect with individuals and help them to understand their own motivations, their own thoughts and feelings, dreams, and career goals. So without further ado, to tell us more about her book and read some prompts for us, I give you, with a round of applause please, to our next speaker, Maria Alice Silva Amy.
They are longing for you, growing up in life. This time is ours, the heart to the same, into the ark enlightening. I see from the bottom of the river, the dance, the river, the sand. They are colorful gesture from the missing balcony of the cold day. In the wind they are painted as an eye like flower. It's look at that, by moving like life itself. They are dreams. They are left from the river bank like fugitive. Who close up sing? With ends day, we reach another new day and the wall of ancient tenets. That's one of my poems from my collection of poetry that I haven't been writing since I haven't been here, like for could say, like, I was here like 10 or 20 years ago, the first time I was here in the US to learn English. And when I was on the airplane, I gave a small notebook and I wrote 10 things that I want to accomplish here. And the first thing was to learn the language and be comfortable. And I put myself on the junior college and to get an AA degree. And then I say, oh my gosh, that's beautiful, get an AA degree from the US and back to my country. And then I figured out AA degree, that's not enough. I'm going to apply for my BS. And then I get my master, and first I got my international business, because I was going to back to Brazil. And then I say, oh, I start to love here this country, I want to stay more. And then I keep writing my poems, and then when I finish my books, I try to go over and figure out a little bit more to put it all together. And then I apply for my master program. That was good, and I said, okay, I think I'm the right, my dreams, be a counselor and be in a school and try to help kids. Since I was young, I didn't know what I'm doing, and then being that come from Brazil and get an AA degree, and I want to know what I really want to. And then when I started my master program, then it was helping me because it was my dream. Then I write this book, it's basic, it's experience, and then I went through the process to get my master program. And it was a little bit challenge because most of the things we know is there in college, how you get your resource, how you get your help. And for me to try to get everything there was not easy, but I know it was there. And then I said, okay, if I can share with another student or anyone else to follow your dreams and don't give up. And then I wrote this book after I finished my master program. That's why my point to share with everyone to succeed and get a dream, chase the dream, and never give up. Very good.
Can you give us some more readings about your poems?
Okay, my book also I want to share because I love to travel. Most of them has pictures. This is a gift. It's from Brazil. When I was there last year, and I thought it was very nice. And I put it there. And actually, I wrote a poem. Maybe I can write. Let's say they call Obscure Ancient. Today I want to discover the universe and I want to touch all the particles that exist in the corner of the space. Today I want to resuscitate the colorful spirit and transform them in a brighter color. Today, even I thought I would like to see a space full of shining stars. I want to see the sun color on my skin. I want to feel the warm and burn in my body. And then I dream. I want sometimes cozy to be able to transmit everything that I'm feeling. Today the lights will blink without turning off. Illuminated fogs running behind. The white rainbows, the cosmic power will run through all the veins in my body.
That was very nice.
Thank you.
What inspires your poems?
Travel
Travel?
and meet people and talk to them and see how they can share from me what they have been passed through or their life. And I kind of comparing what I have been through and then come up with some poems.
They're just there, like, people write songs, talk about the song just being there.
Yes.
And some people your experience, and it just comes out.
Yes, and sometimes it's just like for nowhere, and just think about it, something and put it together.
Great.
Thank you.
My question is, did you finish the book after your master's, you completed your master's degree, or did you write it while you were?
No, this one here was after.
After.
I put it together like to show like how things is when you especially come from another country and you have to come and struggle and then you know that things there. And I help a lot of students and being an academic advisor. And I told them, man, don't give up. Charge and everything is good is there. You just have to believe it and believe in God. Thank you.
Yes.
When you say you got inspired with your travels, do you have a poem that is very specific to a specific place you went to?
children living on the island. On this island where I live, the winds sing, the shells open, and my hands in the pillows. They shine and get confused with the stars. All over my body, I am using my necklace, bracelets, like a band of pearls. Where the water is blue, the sand is so thin it looks like a sandy rug. The island is beautiful. It has taste fruits and you sit on the rock, well large basket made of banana leaves and with some sizzle fibers that I made myself. Inside the basket, I put some fruits that I cut myself, and I lift higher. I vibrate in the number of so many fruits. At the top, I was looking all over the sea, and I kept wondering what I could have been back on those fruits.
Thank you. Any other questions for Maria?
Do you have another book in process?
Actually, yes, I have a novel. Actually, I wrote in Brazil because I have two books from short story and poem in Portuguese. And I try to translate in English the short counts, short story. And let's see if it will turn out in a book or not, or just going to be a short story. I'll see.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, round of applause, Maria Silva Amy. Thank you so much. Your poems, just like the last time, are very related because, very relatable, sorry, because of the experience. It is a story of the places you went to with a life experience that you can't remember. So keep writing them. Thank you so much. At this juncture, although she's not here physically, just like what I shared earlier, we have managed to prepare a video presentation for our next speaker. So you can just watch that video later. Our next speaker is the author of 2 books, Plot Twist and Lost Causes. And our author, Donna Thompson, is a reader turned writer. Everyone has a story, and her observation of people helps her write about complex characters and make them come alive on her pages. This is her second book in the series, but the story can stand on its own. For a more drawn-out description of Larkin and his crew, his first novel, Plot Twist, does that. So ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker via video role is Donna Thompson. A round of applause.
And a grandmother to a blended family. Her hobbies are gardening, writing, and reading. She lives outside the city limits of a small town with her veteran husband and her 2 cats, Midnight and Pretty. The cats are part bobcat, but only one of them has a bobtail. Donna is the author of 2 novels, Plot Twist and Lost Causes. She is now working on her 3rd, dying to keep it. Grab a copy of Donna J. Thompson's books, Lost Causes and Plot Twist. Available on Amazon.com.
Hi everyone, my name is Leah and I am your host for today. And with me is one of the Reader's Magnet's featured author and of course, one of the most valuable author we have. She will be sharing to us today what this book is all about, her being an author, and of course, what inspired her to write this book. Let's all welcome our one and only Donna Thompson, author of the book, Plot Twist and Lost Causes. Hello, Donna, how are you doing?
I'm great, how are you?
Doing great as well. Thank you so much for asking, Donna. You know what, Donna, I am very excited to have this interview with you, especially knowing, these kind of books full of mystery, thriller, and suspense. I like the genre of your book. So yes, Donna, can you tell us what this book is all about? I mean, how do you come up with this book? Where did it all started?
Well, I was really inspired by another movie that I watched, and I thought, well, I could do that. That would be easy for me because I've always had an imagination growing up. And, I was always the one that thought of all the stuff that my cousins and everything that we all did and all played, always doing something, using our imagination. And I've always loved to write. And I fell in love with books before I even went to school. And so this first book, it just, kind of come natural. I just sat down and started writing. And it's really about a woman named Julie Cromwell. Her husband is a plastic surgeon. She's healthy. She lives in a gated community behind big brick walls. And but she was abused as a child, sexually abused by her father, her and her sister both. And she has all these problems. And she turned into a selfish, manipulative person. She, is just, she's not sure of herself. She's always, this way. And she's never sure of her husband's love, although he's been a real good husband to her. So she decides to set up a fake kidnapping to see if he will pay $1,000,000 for her safe return. But something goes wrong and she winds up dead. And these two detectives has her case. Carl Larkin is the lead detective, and his friend Ted Kramer. And they start investigating. All these skeletons start coming out of the closet, this family's life. And he finds himself really interested and attracted to one of the daughters of the Cromwell man, the plastic surgeon. And he has a rule that you never get involved with the family you're investigating, and you never fall in love with the prime suspect.
Whoa, that sounds very interesting.
This is the first plot twist, but it certainly isn't the last. This book is a whodunit from beginning to end. I've had, people, well, it was published before, and this is a republication of that. And people love the book. They never could figure out who did it. Like a lot of people likes whodunits. I was one of them. But it's definitely a mystery from beginning to end.
Wow, it's such a mind-blowing story, Donna. I think this is really such a long story, right? And I love the image, the imagination, the twist about the story, from all the effects of why Julie did all of these things, did all of these stuff, right? Now, can you tell us, Donna, if how does it long for you, or how does it take you to? How long does it take you to write this book?
Well, once I got started, it didn't take me a long time, but I wrote it out in longhand first and typed it. So that's what took a long time, and I usually do that. I have little notes laying all over my floor and all over the desk, where I scribble things down that, I want to add to the book. That's just my way of writing. Also, I don't know if every writer does it this way, but I usually do my beginning and I do the ending, then I do the middle of the book.
Wow, interesting. You know what, Donna, I can tell that this is really such an amazing creation. And you know what? By the title itself, Plot Twist, it is already captivating. And with what you have shared earlier, I must say that this book is really interesting from the title to the story. It's really a mystery writing at its finest. And you know what, Donna, having this book, I can tell that this is really a successful creation. And now we wanted to know, is there any times that you encounter as most difficult part of writing process?
I've never had writer's block. Never.
Wow, amazing.
Never. I had a late start, to start writing, raising children, and my husband passed away in 2020, my last husband, and the one before that, he passed away also. So, I've raised children by myself, and all of this adds to your character. And I always say that everybody has a story, and I watch people, that's how I come up with my characters and what they're about. So I'm really very observant of people.
That's great, Donna. But despite all the challenges you face creating the story from from the things that you happen to fast, all that was really worth it. Because look at now, I can tell that there's a lot of people who already recognizes your book, right? And is there any like key challenges you faced when writing this book? Like you can tell, because you usually jot down notes, right? In order for you not to, forget things, if what would be the next scenario, right? Is there any like challenges you encounter?
Well, on my first book, which is Plot Twist, I did, do this. Now, what should come next? Should I put this there and this here? And it was kind of difficult, getting everything in the order it should come, or the way I figured it should come.
Right. And yes, I can see that we already have viewers, Donna. So yes, everyone, to those who wanted to grab a copy of Donna's book, it's available in Amazon.com, Barnes & Noble, and of course in our Reader's Magnet bookstore. And yep, Donna's website will also be available soon, so you may also follow her on all the social media platforms she has. Now, Donna, earlier we were able to tackle the story behind writing this book, and this time I wanted to ask maybe some personal questions. So for this book, Donna, mystery, thriller, suspense, may I know what was the impact of writing this book for you, to you and of course to your loved one, let's say family and friends?
I think I shocked a little, and they didn't realize it was going to be that good of a book,
They didn't thought that Donna would really want a book.
But I really enjoyed writing it, and everybody that I've got a lot of good reviews when I did it, first time, and on Amazon. But the book is not even on there anymore. I mean, the old version.
Right. So, and you wrote Donna. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I forgot what I was going to say anyway.
No, that's fine. Yeah, and you're not, Donna, right now, I can tell that Mr. Book's stories, are this kind of stories are very popular, because there are also readers, that are very interested to, let's say, to know and how and why a crime is committed. Some people really enjoying to look for clues, red herrings, or as the story progresses, adds challenges, right? It talks about, justice, finding evidence. Interesting, right? Now, Donna, what would you advise to someone who would also wanted to, be a writer, to be a storyteller just like you?
I just say keep writing. I've had a couple of courses in creative writing, but you don't necessarily have to have that. If you got a desire to write. And I mean, you will get better. You really will. And you will get faster, doing a book or whatever.
Do what you got to do. All right. Thank you so much for that, Donna. Thank you so much for gracing us today. And we really appreciate you, choosing Reader's Magnet to be part of your journey. All right, everyone. So Donna Thompson, author of the book Plot Twist and Lost Causes, Silent Scream. Again, Her book is available in Amazon.com, Barnes & Noble, and of course in our Reader's Magnet bookstore. And yep, Donna's website will be available very soon. So you may also follow her on all the social media platforms she has. Thank you so much, Donna. And as we say it here with Reader's Magnet, we share your story with the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Plot twist. Chapter 1. Carl Larkin, lead detective for the Springfield Police Department, says murder is like having a tooth pulled. No one wants to do it, but sometimes it is necessary, or so the murderer thinks. Unfortunately, in the 20-odd years he has worked as a police officer, he has seen plenty of extractions. His parents dreamed of sending their only son to college to become a doctor, or better still, a lawyer. But Larkin had other plans. Right out of high school, while they were trying to decide which Ivy League school he would attend, Larkin enrolled in the police academy. It had caused a breach in the family, but the man marched to the beat of his own drum, and he knew that being a detective would make him happy. He had a nose for it, his colleagues said, and sometimes he stuck his nose where others thought it didn't belong. It had earned him the nickname of Columbo, given to him by his fellow police officers because of his unusual ability to home in on a guilty suspect and stay with them until they either confessed or committed suicide. He had that in common with a TV personality, but the likeness ended there. Columbo always looked as though he has crawled out of bed and dressed in the dark, where Larkin looked manicured with every hair in place. He was a health nut. He prepared his own lunch, while the others sat out for a greasy burger or pizza. Instead of hitting the couch with a bag of potato chips and 6-pack of beers as soon as he left work, he headed for the gym. That morning started like most at the 19th precinct. All hustle and bustle of men rushing to balance home life with their jobs. Larkin sat at his desk watching the activity through the glass of doors of his office. In front of him sat his only vice, a large steaming cup of coffee with 1 spoon of creamer. The cup, a gag gift from his staff, said, "The nose knows." Kramer entered carrying a box of donuts. He was 30-something, chunky, and on his way to becoming a fat man. He had a likable personality, which made him easy to work with. And if the office mill gossip was right, Larkin was personally mentoring him to be his #1 assistant. In all truthfulness, Larkin couldn't see him being the next Sherlock Holmes. But he did have the one thing Larkin recognized: the love for his job. They also worked well together, proving opposites do attract.
It was just supposed to be a prank that was meant to test the love of another person. That was all that Julie wanted to be, to see if her husband was willing to get her out of harm's way. But the little game she planned to play cost her more than she expected. Death became her unexpected ultimatum in the hands of someone she trusted. But this is just the beginning. One by one, the skeletons in the closet soon came out. Detective Carl Larkin can care less about how much Julie's real identity could destroy the Cromwells. As promising leads became dead ends, Carl made sure not to allow sleeping dogs lie. But in this web of an endless search for the truth behind Julie's murder, Carl made the biggest mistake. An act that shouldn't be in his book, falling in love with the prime suspect.
Lost Causes, Chapter 1. Casey West received the same attention at the 17th Precinct in the Springfield Police Department as she did everywhere else she went. The young officers run into each other, trying to be helpful, and the other older men huddled in the corner, punching each other and giggling like schoolgirls. Officer Tim Kelly led her to Homicide Detective Carl Larkin's door, knocked, and was asked to enter. Carl Larkin looked up from the stack of papers on his desk, taking in the young officer and the attractive young woman with him. Her long caramel-colored hair fell around her oval face as she turned to face Larkin. Now he understood what the commotion out front was all about. What's her story? Larkin let his breath out in a sigh. After a long night of going over cold cases and finding nothing new, he wasn't in the mood for this. Their department had few unsolved cases, but Larkin had trouble with having even one. When he was off duty, he spent his time looking through the unsolved cases. He laid the files in question aside. This is Miss West. Her problem is kind of complicated, Tim informed him. I'd better let her tell you. Where's Kramer? His partner, Ted Kramer, usually dealt with people first and only allowed the ones who truly had problems to see him. Does she have a murder to report? After all, this was homicide. Kramer's in court today, don't you remember? Ever since he'd turned 50, Larkin felt as though the younger guys treated him as if he suffered from dementia. Because of lack of sleep, it had slipped his mind about his partner having to testify today in the Tibbs case.
I know she can't make it today, but I hope that she's happy with what we have prepared for her with her interview and the teasers of her book. Again, did you guys have goosebumps? I actually did have, even not listening to the story, just by listening to the sound effects. I can tell that it's a suspense thriller book. And I'm so excited to actually have a chance to read those books. Again, Plot Twist and Lost Causes are available on Donna's website. It's www.donnajthompson.com. Again, a round of applause for our author, Donna Thompson. At this juncture, before I introduce our next speaker who's here with us today, I know he's one of those authors or speakers I know 30 minutes will not be enough. And that a day won't be enough. We were together in Saratoga Springs, New York last November, and we had a good time. It was with the daughter, who's with him again today. So thank you so much, Joel, for being so supportive to your dad. And before we proceed, introducing to our next speaker, let's take a very quick break, like 3-minute break, and we'll resume thereafter. And Readers Magnet is still live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. So everyone, all of your friends and families at home and all over the world can watch us live. Let's take a break.
personally have had great success with your company. My books have had great success with your company. And everybody that I talk to that, wants to publish a book, I highly recommend Readers, because not only do you do the publishing side, but you have a killer marketing program.
It's been exciting. Met a lot of people of different walks of life. Everyone has been very, very friendly.
This team here is efficient, they're professional, they look great. In fact, they look better than any other publishing company out here. Absolutely.
A quick break. Thank you so much. Please gather around. Again, to the authors who are still here today, listeners and visitors, thanks so much for staying. A round of applause for everybody for showing your support to our speakers. Again, it's not easy. That's why most of our authors would rather put their words into writing because they're not comfortable or it's not convenient for them to be speaking in front. But at least for the Reader's Magnet book Confab, again, there's no other better person to talk about their book but the author himself or herself, correct? And I know the next speaker, talking is never going to be a problem for him. I know. I've been a witness to that. Stephen D. Nielsen is a history buff and a business owner. And he and his wife, Susan, are parents of 5 children and 13 grandchildren. Houston, Texas has been home for the past 40 years where Mr. Nielsen has served in 2 bishoprics. A scoutmaster, early morning seminary teacher, and mission leader, with missionary work being his passion. His book, Hebrew Gold, is so interesting, a fascinating portrayal of the stick of Judah and the stick of Joseph. Wonderful pictures and clear understanding, all inside this powerful book. And I know Mr. Nielsen is so prepared because he has some PowerPoint presentation, while at the same time, Reader's Magnet has prepared a video biopic on our live feed. So without further ado, I give you the author of the book, Hebrew Gold, Stephen Nielsen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much for attending. You know, I became interested in this subject back in 1976. The reason I remember the date is I had, my wife and I had our son Joshua born, and we call him our bicentennial baby. Is that all right? Get a little closer? Can you hear me? Okay. Anyway, it was 1976 that the instructor to our men's group on Sundays showed up with a lesson I've never forgotten. Powerful lesson to me. I'm a person that likes facts, and I wish it wasn't that way. I wish I could live without the facts. But nevertheless, he was a resident in obstetrics and gynecology. Brilliant young man and a great teacher. And he introduced this subject to us. Some of you may have heard it, maybe old hat, but I've studied it since 1976. And I will ask you the following question. What is a chiasmus? A chiasm. If you're familiar, fine. If you're not, you're in for a good learning experience. Very exciting. Chiasms are word patterns and diagrams covering verses, paragraphs, chapters, and even entire books in the Holy Scriptures. Phrases that took thought and planning, perhaps, repetition of thoughts and concepts, pleasing, even poetic results, and very effective teaching techniques that was used by the Hebrews, the Hebrew prophets of ancient times. So moving forward, chiastic, chiasm, chiasmus are all terms that are effective and true with this science. Now, some of these are very simple. We're going to start out with just a few very basic examples, but it gets complex. I think you'll enjoy it. I want you to know that this over here is it's a larger, a more complex chiasm, and you'll see them coming into play. But in the beginning, we're going to start very basic here. So, where do we get the name chiasm? The author of the word chiasmus uses the 22nd letter of the Greek alphabet for X, and that is chi in Greek. And what it's about is that some of the discipline you'll see by day, by night, the frolic, the dance, the crossing in here, that's where the meat of the subject is going to be. So we'll go to the next slide here. And what you're going to find is the scripture. This is out of Psalms, 60th chapter, verse 2 in the King James Version. Thou hast made the earth to tremble, thou hast broken it, heal the breaches thereof, for it's shaken. Here we are in A, thou hast made the earth to tremble, A prime, for it's shaken. B, thou hast broken it, B prime, heal the breaches thereof. Now, as I say, they start out very basic. The information has been right under the nose of mankind for hundreds of years. It wasn't discovered until 1936, oddly enough. Going to the next slide, the man that discovered this was he was a Swedish Bible scholar. I have no idea what particular religion he was, but he carefully diagrammed Bible passages from both the Old and the New Testament, the King James Bible, and he published a book called Chiasmus. I keep hitting that wrong button. He published a book called Chiasmus in the New Testament, a study in the form and function of chiastic structure. Niels W. Lund. Had no idea much about the man. You can look him up. To begin, he's the guy that formulated the word chiasmus. So we turn to the next one. Chiasms are shown in two ways: in the X pattern, and also like a half an X. In other words, a half of an X. And so what happens in these Hebrew wordings within our Holy Scriptures, the revelations from God to his prophets, we have four basic patterns. It will repeat the same idea in different words. It will contrast an opposing line. It will complete the idea in the sentence generally, and repeat the same idea in reverse order. So A will match A prime, or allude to it. B will match B prime, C, C prime, and D to meet in the center of the half X pattern. So we'll go to the next slide here. Here is one, and I'll read this with you. I'm not going to read all of them because they're all in my book. I compiled them over the many years since '76, and entirely from biblical scholars, PhDs, and so on, people who really do study the Bible and the Holy Scriptures in detail. So here we go. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both the fowl, the cattle, and the beasts, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, all that was in the dry land died, and every living substance was destroyed, which is upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle and creeping things, and the fowl of heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. What you're looking at here is Genesis 21 through 23 from the Greek Bible. The closer you get back to Greek and Hebrew, the more perfect these are. The many translations and revisions of the Holy Scriptures have damaged these things somewhat. Fortunately, thank heaven, some remain very well intact. Here's Genesis 7:21. All flesh died upon the earth. They cried, and they were destroyed from the earth. B, both of fowl, B, crime, and the fowl, and of cattle, and cattle. D, and beasts of every creeping thing, and every creeping thing. D, crime, and every creeping thing. E, and every man, both man, all life, every living substance, died, and was destroyed. That's a perfect chiasm. It was right under our noses. We've read it for centuries as a human race, and they were overlooked until this fellow Niels Lund in 1936 found them, published his book in 1942, and from there you can find a world of these on the internet. You can get just flat more. Psalms, the third chapter, verse 7 today. This is from the Hebrew. I'm not going to read this to you. It's in the book. You can go through it. I'm moving to more complicated things and things you remember. Here's one in the X pattern. This is our soul has escaped as a bird out of the snare of the fowlers. The snare is broken and we are escaped. Out of the snare of the fowlers, we see crime, the snare is broken. Our soul has escaped as a bird in A, and we are escaped, A prime. So we go to the next slide. Here is a large one. Very, very beautiful chiasm, but who can see that? Very difficult to see. I'm going to point out two parts of it. Right here, and 3, the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies. King James, by the way. Going down here to 8, as a snail which melteth, let every one of them pass away, like the untimely birth of a woman. In the Hebrew, ladies and gentlemen, it said abortion. But the King James authors softened the blow a little bit and called it the untimely birth of a woman. Now let's see this 58th Psalm in a diagram, in a chiasmus diagram. 58th Psalm, verse 11, 1 through 11. Do you indeed speak righteousness, O congregation? Do you judge uprightly, sons of men? A prime. So a man shall say there's a reward for the righteous. Verily he is a God that judges the earth. Righteousness. Yea, in the heart of the wicked, you weigh out the violence of your hands and your feet. Be prime. The righteous shall rejoice. When he seeth the vengeance, he shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked. The wicked. Feet, their poisons like that of a serpent. Oh, I missed one. Sorry. C. Remember in number 3, I put back in the slide back here, in number 3, the wicked. When we go to the diagram, we go to C. The wicked are estranged from the womb. C prime. Let them C, like the untimely birth in the womb. Again, in the Hebrew, this said abortion. And see here, the wicked are estranged from the womb. Abortion. D, their poison is like the serpent, like the poison of the serpent. Let them melt away as the waters, as the snail which melted. And break their teeth, O God, in their mouth. Be prime. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, O Lord. Those are two very large, complex chiasmus in the King James Version of the Old Testament. Now we're going to move along. I'm not going to read this one. This is the 59th Psalm. Again, the Hebrew prophet of God wrote this revelation down as he received it from God our Father for us to read in today's world and in the past. And the 59th Psalm is a perfect chiasm. Very lovely. Right under our noses. When you try to find these, you're going to find it's not easy. It's extremely difficult, but there they were. And what it was, I think that our Father in heaven understands, for sure, not everything, that we need reminding. We need to hear things 2 or 3 times sometimes when we really get it. I generally need to be hit with a 2 before, and then I begin to understand. But even today's advertisers, they'll tell you, we've got to tell about the product 7 or 8 times before somebody will buy it. It's human nature. So we go to thinking things over for just a minute. Let's carefully compose writings with no accident. What level of planning was required before the prophets applied ink to the papyrus? Did they begin in the center and work backwards? Did they begin at the top and the bottom sentence and work in the middle? How do you explain entire chapters and books with these patterns? Were Moses and David the only Hebrew prophets using this writing technique? Let's move on. Here's Ezekiel. It's a complex chiasmus using the X pattern. Are chiasmus only found in the Old Testament? No. No, they're prevalent in the New Testament. However, I will tell you, in the New Testament, they're not as long and complex for some reason. I think maybe the New Testament was damaged or redone several times. I'm not sure. But nevertheless, what happens is this. The more you change the Bible, and I know that many of these people that have rewritten the Bible and republished it are trying to do it so it's easier to understand. And I get it, and we appreciate it, but the concepts are more easily recognized in the original Hebrew. Subsequent translations of the Bible have proven unfriendly to the structure. Repeated translation and revisions have muted or destroyed the poetic, rhythmic, chiastic flavor. Weaken the original meaning, chiasms, however, are not limited to the Old Testament. We will find them here in the New Testament. Our Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ, was raised in a Hebrew home. He, as we know, spoke to the wise men here. Here he was studying. Here he is on Mary's knee. This is Luke. I think this is a nice one. Luke's simple, but we all know this scripture. No servant can serve 2 masters. For either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold the one and despise the other. He cannot serve God and man. A, no servant can serve 2 masters. A, prime, you cannot serve God and man. B, for either he will hate the one, hate, despise, and despise the other and be prime. C, and love the other, or else hold to be one. Love, hold, similar. Here's Matthew. I'm not going to read this to you. Here is Matthew 7:6. Here's one, a little larger. This one we all know. Let's read it together. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. It's the same as in the beginning with God. Hey, in the beginning, a Christ, beginning with God. Was. The Word and the Word. And the same referring to the Word. With God, and the Word was God. There's another one we all know. Then we find it. There's a good one in Hebrews. diagram that's a little larger. Now this one, I took the time, basically I was going to take the time to show you how you can damage a scripture. And the New International Version, as nice as it is, it changed my favorite word, which is charity, to love. And ladies and gentlemen, tyranny is love on steroids. Love is like me with my old El Camino. I love the car, but I hate the bills when I'm trying to repair the thing. And I love pizza. Charity, when I move over here to King James, in the same scripture, charity never fails. Charity is like you get off the plane, Jeff, it's snowing, you're cold and miserable, you got your coat on, and you see a homeless guy over there, and he needs a coat. And you take off your coat and give it to him. And it's charity. And charity is the love of God. It's the pure love of God. So I didn't like that they changed the word charity to love. That's his name. Now, I will say this chiasm makes better sense. And also in the middle, it's very accurate. When I was a child, I became a man. Up here, I spoke as a child, I understood as a child, thought as a child, he cried. I put away childish things. Now this one is astounding. This is literally astounding. This is the work of Neil Smug, the original guy. He says that the book of Revelation, the whole book, is a chiasm. The whole thing. There's a source down there, Neil's on 1942. A, prologue, A prime, epilogue. B, 7 epistles. B prime, 7 angels. C, 7 seals. C prime, 7 bowls. B, 144,000 saints and 7 trumpets. B prime, 144,000 saints and 7 angels. The witnesses are the E, 2 beasts, and E prime. Woman clothes with the sun and heaven. Woman C keeps the commandments of God. G, dragon in heaven. G prime, dragon persecutes the woman. H, the woman flees to the wilderness. H prime, woman flees to the wilderness. And the meat of the book of Revelations, Satan was cast out of heaven. Right in the middle. I think it's amazing. The whole book. Now, who could do that? I just don't think it's, I don't think men are capable of such. Not even prophets. I believe a little different than even my own research. Let me move to the next, we're going to go into the stick of Judah. We talked about, we didn't really, but in the very beginning of this thing, the very beginning, I was going to ask you all a little bit about the stick of Joseph and the stick of Judah, but I just didn't have time for all that. We're just working on chiasms today. That's it. So let's get down to, let me pause and mention something about myself. I want you to bear with me just a little bit here. I am a flaming patriot of the United States of America. I love our country. Amen. This is a chosen and a choice country. I served in the United States Army. As a matter of fact, I went through basic training right there at Fort Worth, California. This war is gone, and I'm still around. But anyway, I happen to be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm what this family call a Mormon. We believe, I've studied it thoroughly, read the Book of Mormon 3 times, maybe more, read the Holy Bible twice, maybe some chapters many times more. But I've studied these things. Now, the Book of Mormon claims to be Hebrew. It claims to be that it was written in Reformed Egyptian and Hebrew, and it was translated by a young man named Joseph Smith. We won't get into that. He translated the book. He was 24 when the translation was completed. He translated it, I understand, in 90 days. He was 24 when the Book of Mormon was published in 1830. The church that he began started with 6 members. Today, that church is 18 million members worldwide, and it's a dynamic force for good in human society. Last year, that church came up with and donated over $1 billion to water wells, to farming, to animal husbandry, to helping the poor and the needy. So I'm certainly proud of it, but I believe the Book of Mormon has these chiasms, and so Latter-day Saint scholars thought, man, it better have chiasms. It claims to be Hebrew. I'm told that in 1960, BYU professors and so on looked through the Book of Mormon thoroughly, and here's what they came up with. By the way, there's just a few scriptures, not scriptures, but slides. There was the Book of Mormon. It was golden plates. It was buried in a mountain in New York State. It was brought forth, and these were the characters that were in the Book of Mormon, copied by hand. It was translated into this book. And here's the next slide. Writers. This is 1 Nephi, chapter 15, 9 through 11. I'm not going to read it, but I'll show you it's a chiasm. It's lovely. I'm going to take another one, or 2 Nephi, 29 and 13. By the way, the Book of Mormon chronicles the time when our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, visited the Americas. The sheep have I, which are not of this fold, them too I must go to, that is the words of the Lord Jesus Christ. Christ was resurrected, and he was crucified, and he visited the peoples of the Americas. See that pyramid there? These people originated in the Fertile Crescent. They are Hebrew, they were. And they became millions on the face of the North American continent. And when Christopher Columbus and the guys arrived, they treated Christopher like he was a god for a little while, especially Captain James Cook. When he landed in Hawaii, they treated him as royalty. But anyway, there's 2 Nephi diagram. It's a complex chiasms. Here it is. Now this one I'm going to take some time on. King Benjamin was a king in the Americas about 75 years before Christ. He had a humongous congregation, millions of people. I don't know how many were Christian at that time, but many people. And he had a tower built where he could speak to as many as possible. They all pitched their tents facing this tower. He also had what he was going to say to the people printed so they could read it. Now, this is one of my very favorite scriptures. It's in the book of Mosiah. And to show you what this page is, this is the original copy of the Book of Mormon in 1830. This is the Book of Mormon today. This is the scripture I'm about to read to you. It's the same exact identical wording. The new Book of Mormon has cross-references to the Holy Bible and back and forth. They both support each other. But this is the scripture. But men drink damnation to their own souls, except they humble themselves and become as little children and believe that salvation was and is to come in and through the atoning blood of the Lord Jesus Christ, of the Lord of heaven. For the natural man is an enemy to God, and has been from the fall of Adam, and will be forever, unless he yields to the enticings of the Holy Spirit and put off the natural man and becometh a saint through the atonement of Christ the Lord, and becometh as a child, submissive, meek, humble, patient, full of love, willing to submit to all things which the Lord seeth fit to inflict upon him, even as a child does submit to his father. Many of you in this congregation, I believe, I'm dealing with a very enlightened group of folks. I know you are. I can feel your spirit, and I'll tell you, the lady right here in the middle, your talk was so nice, excellent. There's just a whole lot of spirit in this group at ReadersMagnet, Kathy. I'll just let you know that. I've seen it. So let's look at this scripture diagram. There it is. The men then drink the damnation of their own souls, except A, they humble themselves. A, pride, submissive, meek, humble, full of love. B, that becomes little children. B, pride, that becomes a child. And believe that salvation is in and through the atonement blood of Christ the Lord omnipotent. We become saints through the atonement of Christ the Lord. D, for the natural man. He pride and put us off the natural man. Is an enemy to God. Unless he yields to the enticements of the Holy Spirit, he's an enemy to God. He has been from the fall of Adam, and he will be forever and ever, unless he repents and humbles himself. Here's another one. This is Mosiah 5. Again, I won't read it. It's in the book. Let me see that slide just a minute. This had to do with the Lord. We've heard about the sheep on the right hand and the goats on the left. I think that's what we have here. But nevertheless, this particular scripture is a lovely kind of Hebrew. Moving along, this one is amazing. The entire book of Mosiah, like the entire book of Revelation, is a giant chiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, I am finished. Here are the two books I've alluded to today, the chiasms in the New Testament, Niels Lund, 1942, the Book of Mormon, another testament of Jesus Christ, published in 1830. 112 years later, chiasms are discovered. In other words, in the United States of America, when this book came forward, nobody knew anything about this particular writing style at all. It was not discovered until modern times. There's another one, I won't go over it. It's a complex chiasm, by the way. This goes into B and B1 and B2 and so on. This one now is a dandy. I just can't figure reading it. It's not time. I'm in chapter 36. This whole chapter talks about, this whole chapter is basically a chiasm. And right in the center is, I remember Jesus Christ, the Son of God. I cried, Jesus, Son of God. Boom, that's the meat of it. The rest of it is just like all the others. There's no man that could do this. I just do not believe it. Not even a Hebrew prophet. So I'm going to give you my conclusion from my heart and soul. I believe the revelations from God tumbled down from the lips of our Heavenly Father. He revealed the truth to his prophets. They wrote it down as he gave it to them. Poetic, yes. Beautiful, yes. Repetitious, absolutely. But from God, not from man. I believe that. I believe that the scriptures are true. I know the Holy Bible is the Word of God. I do. I know the Book of Mormon is the Word of God. And I want to thank you all for this privilege to share this with you today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, do we have questions for Steve?
Yeah.
Oh, do you mind seeing me after with questions? I don't hear well.
And Joel is going to help us repeat the questions. Yeah? Anyone?
You want to give it a try to answer some questions?
No, I just want to repeat them to you.
Okay. She hears. I don't hear very well. Okay, do we have any questions?
I don't have a question, but I find it so fascinating, and I want to try one. I'll get a verse from a Bible and I'll send it to you.
Please.
Yeah, I
Thank
want to
you,
try
Dad.
it. Just for.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go to the slide for Genesis? Can you go to the slide for Genesis?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can do that. By the way, before I go to that, let me show you one that I didn't include in my book. Just write down. Whoop. There's that one you want. By the way, look at John Kennedy, how he used some of the technique. That's not what your country can do for you, but that's what you can do for your country. What I was going to show you. Oh, you know what? It's not here. It's not there. I don't think it's
Go
here.
get it.
Let's go to Genesis and that's
Look at the Genesis, please. Okay, you want the slide on Genesis?
Yeah, because I have,
The one from the Greek Bible. That one
this one or the
from
one?
the Greek.
Genesis
Genesis.
11, or there was a couple.
oh, the one they say all the men in both men. What is mean when they translate to
All
the
of them?
men in both?
And all flesh died.
Yes, I think it's 11,
This
but
is
I
it.
know.
This is it. This is from the Greek. Talks about the ark. Says that Noah's the only one alive. And then it's diagram.
Oh yeah, no one. When they say the he, in every man and the he one both men.
Yeah, it says every man on, and then E prime says both men.
Every man, both men. Were destroyed.
What does this mean?
Well, it means every man on the earth was drowned, destroyed, except those that were on the ark.
Oh, okay.
I have to believe that. I believe in the Noah's Ark. I really do. I don't think it's a fairy tale. I think it happened. Thank you. Any other questions?
Was the gentleman who came up with
With chiasm?
was he a Mormon?
No, not that I know.
I don't know.
His name was
Neil
London.
Smart, yes.
No, he was not Latter-day Saint. He was a biblical scholar. Neil Slund. He was a biblical scholar, but as far as I know, he was not a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He was Swedish, I know that. Brilliant man, that's his book.
I told my husband, I said, he was probably a Lutheran because.
He was probably a Lutheran, that's right, because he's Swedish.
Because he's Swedish, and in the early days before the way people have been.
Absolutely.
Now we have
That's 100%.
homogeneous group, and so when I joined the Lutheran church, it was all Swedes and Germans. So we never know.
Well, they were forced to be Lutheran by the king. And in Denmark, they were forced to be Lutheran. And it's still the strongest religion in Denmark, I know. And in England, they were all forced to be members of the Episcopal Church, Church of England. Anyway, I think he was basically, I think she's right, I think he was Lutheran. Thanks again, you guys. Really appreciate it.
And ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Steve Gilson. I know, it's a tough tradition from being on for Steve, right? But that's so interesting. I'd like to echo what Kathy has mentioned earlier. That's so fascinating. It's like watching theses, but we're talking about the scriptures. So I was like wondering what those letters are, and probably since I won't be with Kathy, so definitely I'm going to be asking her how she did it, if she's going to do it herself. Maybe you can do a workbook for that. So I think that's what she was asking earlier, right? So at this juncture, before we proceed to the next speakers, we will take a 30-minute break so you guys can grab some refreshments, and then I'll see you later after 30 minutes. Okay? Right, ReadersMagnet is live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, and there's so much more to look forward to after the break. See you later.
great success with your company. My books have had great success with your company. And everybody that I talk to that, wants to publish a book, I highly recommend Readers, because not only do you do the publishing side, but you have a killer marketing program.
It's been exciting. Met a lot of people of different walks of life. Everyone has been very, very friendly.
This team here is efficient, they're professional, they look great. In fact, they look better than any other publishing company out here. Absolutely.
Working with ReadersMagnet on this project and getting the word out there on the book, what's that experience been like for you?
Oh, absolutely thrilling. They have been awesome. They understood, as soon as I talked to Maya, she understood what I had done and why I had done it, and she knew exactly what to do. And Riza and her team has just been absolutely incredible. I couldn't ask for better support. They're a gift from God.
The book we're talking about is The Williams Sisters. Again, a couple minutes left in the program. Helping you putting all of these plans together and the outreach for the book across the country and across the globe, going to the UK coming up here, has been ReadersMagnet. Talk about your experience in working with it.
ReadersMagnet has such faith in me. I had another publicist that let me down. ReadersMagnet has done everything they said. They started out setting me up with this radio interview. They love my story and they want to see something good happen with it, just like I do. They want my vision to happen. And the only thing I can tell you about ReadersMagnet is they are awesome. I would have never in my wildest dreams ever imagined a publicist company ever taking me to where I'm at and where I'm going with this story.
I know you've been working with ReadersMagnet in getting the message out there. A very important message to so many people. What's that experience been like at working with ReadersMagnet?
Oh, that's been the most greatest thing. Yeah, like I said before, they've taken my book off my desk. I'm going to be, it's going to travel to book fairs, and they're talking about an international tour, and it's just going to go more places, and they have so many more plans for it than I could have ever imagined.
Well, it's important to get the word out there, and they do an excellent job at doing that for you. I know that you've worked with Reader's Magnet on this project. Talk a little bit, minutes are left in the program, with the experience. What has this been like to work with a creative group like Reader's Magnet?
They're awesome. Mario, he calls me his book shrink. And it's really funny. I don't know how he got that, but he's awesome. Everybody there has been so welcoming and
helping you take this message out to the country and getting it into the colleges. That type of outreach has been Reader's Magnet. What's the experience been like for you in working with them?
Well, for one thing they did, they changed the cover of my book. I had a previous publisher. The program with Reader's Magnet is much more robust. And they have they're going to do a YouTube and video, and also another type of visual presentation, which is coming up soon.
Helping you take this message out and touch other people, I know, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk about your experience working with them.
Well, it was a godsend. I was just writing this on my own, and I got a phone call from Reader's Magnet. I never heard of them. They wanted to market my other book that I wrote before this, which was technical in nature. It was around my career. And I said, well, I don't want to do that, but I want to publish this other one. Can you help me with that? And they said, sure. And I said, well, I have to finish it first, so call me in 3 months. And then they helped me. I'm not good at marketing. I'm an introvert. I don't understand that whole world. So they've helped me with the marketing of it, which is extremely helpful. They're very supportive and kind, and they're just there to help you.
There are so many authors that we talk to that are in the same category. I like the creative stuff. I don't necessarily like to go out and brag about myself or brag about the book or talk about it. It's so nice, isn't it, to have somebody there you can just sort of hand it off to and say, guide me. I'll keep writing. You keep telling me what I need to do to market this.
That's exactly right. That's what they do so well.
Helping you get the message out there, I know, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk a little bit about that experience with them and helping you take this message and get it out to people where it's going to be very instrumental in their lives.
Well, Rick, thank you for the opportunity to even say something concerning Reader's Magnet. I received a call from Frank Jonas, and immediately we connected. This book is already on the market in the form of The Enigma of the Holy Trinity, and Frank was telling me that the book caught his eye. Being that it's on Ex Libris right now, the book is not doing as well as I hoped it would be by now. At any rate, I believe that God, He's always working in the background and working things out for our good. And in this case, Frank called and we had a discussion, and we were on the phone probably for 2 hours. And finally I decided to try Reader's Magnet. I said, hey, what do I have to lose here? And come to find out that it's one of the best choices that I've made concerning this work. The staff there is extraordinary. They're very helpful. They return your calls promptly, very considerate, and very patient. So I've only been dealing with Reader's Magnet for a few weeks, but my experience with them is second to none. I give them high praise for the work they have done up until this point.
I know that you've been working with Reader's Magnet on this project and getting the word out there on the book. What's that experience been like for you?
Oh, absolutely thrilling. They have been awesome. They understood. As soon as I talked to Maya, she understood what I had done and why I had done it, and she knew exactly what to do. And Riza and her team has just been absolutely incredible. I couldn't ask for better support. They're a gift from God.
The book we're talking about.
Every book begins with an idea. A writer with a purpose is driven to start writing a book to be read and loved by thousands and hopefully millions of readers. At Reader's Magnet, we work with authors by providing convenience with our fast and easy process for turning your manuscript into a masterpiece. Full support of our team of professionals working with you in every step of the way. Peace of mind retaining creative control of your book's design and content. Value for your money with our extensive range of easy-to-follow and easy-to-use industry-standard publishing and publicity services. And lastly, the competitive edge with our combined traditional and modern methods to ensure your market accessibility and presence. The publishing team at Reader's Magnet exists to support writers every step of the way in their publishing process, from caring and believing in their work to inspiring them to complete their manuscript, and finally celebrating when they hold the first printed copy of their book. We want all authors to experience that. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world. Call us at 1-800-805-0762 or visit our website at www.readersmagnet.com.
We are Reader's Magnet, a team of self-publishing and marketing experts sharing our love of books with the world. We support independent authors in achieving their dreams by helping them publish and promote their stories. You can be one of those independent and aspiring authors. Once you've completed your manuscript, we will work together in editing, illustration, layout design, and typesetting. We will then register your book, distribute and promote your brand and title to your community and even to the world. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world.
had great success with your company. My books have had great success with your company. And everybody that I talk to that, wants to publish a book, I highly recommend Readers, because not only do you do the publishing side, but you have a killer marketing program.
It's been exciting. Met a lot of people of different walks of life. Everyone has been very, very friendly.
This team here is efficient, they're professional, they look great. In fact, they look better than any other publishing company out here. Absolutely.
You've been working with Reader's Magnet on this project and getting the word out there on the book. What's that experience been like for you?
Oh, absolutely thrilling. They have been awesome. They understood. As soon as I talked to Maya, she understood what I had done and why I had done it, and she knew exactly what to do. And Riza and her team has just been absolutely incredible. I couldn't ask for better support. They're a gift from God.
The book we're talking about is The Williams Sisters. Again, a couple minutes left in the program, helping you putting all of these plans together and the outreach for the book across the country and across the globe, going to the UK coming up here, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk about your experience in working with it.
Reader's Magnet has such faith in me. I had another publicist that let me down. Reader's Magnet has done everything they said. They started out setting me up with this radio interview. They love my story and they want to see something good happen with it, just like I do. They want my vision to happen. And the only thing I can tell you about Reader's Magnet is they are awesome. I would have never in my wildest dreams ever imagined a publicist company ever taking me to where I'm at and where I'm going with this story.
I know you've been working with Reader's Magnet in getting the message out there. A very important message to so many people. What's that experience been like at working with Reader's Magnet?
Oh, that's been the most greatest thing. Yeah, like I said before, they've taken my book off my desk. I'm going to be, it's going to travel to book fairs, and they're talking about an international tour, and it's just going to go more places, and they have so many more plans for it than I could have ever imagined.
Well, it's important to get the word out there, and they do an excellent job at doing that for you. I know that you've worked with Reader's Magnet on this project. Talk a little bit, minutes or left in the program, with the experience. What has this been like to work with a creative group like Reader's Magnet?
They're awesome. Mario, he calls me his book shrink. And it's really funny. I don't know how he got that, but he's awesome. Everybody there has been so welcoming and
helping you take this message out to the country and getting it into the colleges. That type of outreach has been Reader's Magnet. What's the experience been like for you in working with them?
Well, for one thing they did, they changed the cover of my book. I had a previous publisher. The program with Reader's Magnet is much more robust, and they have they're going to do a YouTube and video, and also another type of visual presentation, which is coming up soon.
Helping you take this message out and touch other people, I know, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk about your experience working with them.
Well, it was a godsend. I was just writing this on my own, and I got a phone call from Reader's Magnet. I never heard of them. They wanted to market my other book that I wrote before this, which was technical in nature. It was around my career. And I said, well, I don't want to do that, but I want to publish this other one. Can you help me with that? And they said, sure. And I said, well, I have to finish it first, so call me in 3 months. And then they helped me. I'm not good at marketing. I'm an introvert. I don't understand that whole world. So they've helped me with the marketing of it, which is extremely helpful. They're very supportive and kind, and they're just there to help you.
There are so many authors that we talk to that are in the same category. I like the creative stuff. I don't necessarily like to go out and brag about myself or brag about the book or talk about it. It's so nice, isn't it, to have somebody there you can just sort of hand it off to and say, guide me. I'll keep writing. You keep telling me what I need to do to market this.
That's exactly right. That's what they do so well.
Helping you get the message out there, I know, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk a little bit about that experience with them and helping you take this message and get it out to people where it's going to be very instrumental in their lives.
Well, Rick, thank you for the opportunity to even say something concerning Reader's Magnet. I received a call from Frank Jonas, and immediately we connected. This book is already on the market in the form of The Enigma of the Holy Trinity, and Frank was telling me that the book caught his eye. Being that it's on Ex Libris right now, the book is not doing as well as I hoped it would be by now. At any rate, I believe that God, He's always working in the background and working things out for our good. And in this case, Frank called and we had a discussion, and we were on the phone probably for 2 hours. And finally I decided to try Reader's Magnet. I said, hey, what do I have to lose here? And come to find out that it's one of the best choices that I've made concerning this work. The staff there is extraordinary. They're very helpful. They return your calls promptly, very considerate, and very patient. So I've only been dealing with Reader's Magnet for a few weeks, but my experience with them is second to none. I give them high praise for the work they have done up until this point.
Every book begins with an idea. A writer with a purpose is driven to start writing a book to be read and loved by thousands and hopefully millions of readers. At Reader's Magnet, we work with authors by providing convenience with our fast and easy process for turning your manuscript into a masterpiece. Full support of our team of professionals working with you in every step of the way. Peace of mind retaining creative control of your book's design and content. Value for your money with our extensive range of easy-to-follow and easy-to-use industry-standard publishing and publicity services. And lastly, the competitive edge with our combined traditional and modern methods to ensure your market accessibility and presence. The publishing team at Reader's Magnet exists to support writers every step of the way in their publishing process. from caring and believing in their work to inspiring them to complete their manuscript, and finally celebrating when they hold the first printed copy of their book. We want all authors to experience that. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world. Call us at 1-800-805-0762 or visit our website at www.readersmagnet.com.
We are Reader's Magnet, a team of self-publishing and marketing experts sharing our love of books with the world. We support independent authors in achieving their dreams by helping them publish and promote their stories. You can be one of those independent and aspiring authors. Once you've completed your manuscript, we will work together in editing, illustration, layout design, and typesetting. We will then register your book, distribute and promote your brand and title to your community and even to the world. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world. We are Reader's Magnet, a team of self-publishing and marketing experts sharing our love of books with the world. We
The other couple will have to go.
I gotta use the restroom real quick though.
Okay, we are live. We're back here. ReadersMagnet Confab afternoon session, day one. Thank you so much for staying with us and hanging in there. And to those who are watching us live right now, I hope they had a good break too, just like what you guys did. And we're going to resume with our next speaker. I still like this person. We were together last year in Washington, D.C. during the American Library Association book event. And it's nice to see him again, but together with his fiancée, Rose, who's so supportive. Thank you so much for being here. Our next speaker was born in Chicago and raised outside Philadelphia. Clark, a physician, has taught and practiced intensive care for newborn infants on 4 continents and 8 countries. Retiring after more than 40 years on the job in 2020, he has been an avid solo hiker, a backpacker, and climber since he was a lad of 11, and some of his stories are even true. He wrote 3 books, as far as I can remember, and he's going to be talking to us about those 3 books, and he has some copies on his hand. The first one is Outland Exile, This was published in 2015. The second is Exiles Escape, published in 2018, and Malilla of the Scorch. To tell us more about these three books that's wonderfully made, let's listen to our next speaker, Mr. Walter Clark Baldwell. A round of applause.
First off, and this be understood, I tell lies. This is fiction.
Hey, Sonata's there.
Yes. I got interested in writing. If you know medicalese, you know how deadly it is. So it took a fair amount of apprenticeship to start writing English again after 50 years of writing medicalese. The important thing to me was that I had an interesting political situation, political thought, and I wanted to see, kind of work it out for myself, how that would look in America. So what I thought would be a short book turned into 3 books. So the first trilogy, I'm working on a second trilogy right now. My mother always taught me that if I broke something, I had to fix it. I broke the United States, and now I have to fix it. And so the first books are taking the United States from a very broken situation approximately 100 years from now and fixing it, well, getting it along the way. It was necessary to do that in order to explore what I'll get into right now. I, as a physician, do medical missionary work in various places, including West Africa, including northern Ghana, in the Sahel. Well, it's a lot of fun, so yeah. What was interesting to me is that collected for me a gaggle of about 10-year-old boys who would, walk with me wherever I went in the afternoon. And if I was carrying a pen, they would carry it for me. I frequently was carrying stuff and they would carry it back and forth for me. One day, for no particular reason that I could discover, one of them sang for me the Ghanaian national anthem, which is, not surprisingly, in English. It's national language. And it was full of very nice platitudes about, don't steal and don't hoard food and that sort of thing. And so in retaliation, I sang for him the Star Spangled Banner. And while the boy was trying to recover, I mentioned that offhandedly that it had been composed during a battle that the United States had with England. Anyway, the United States and England have been at war? I said, well, yes, twice. And our first war was our War of Independence. And the United States hasn't always been? And, well, no, we were a colony for 150 years. Come to think of it, both the United States and Ghana have been colonies of England. And he said back and said, Ghana has never been a colony of England. And I said, I remember the moment that Ghana was declared a republic. I heard it on the radio. No, Ghana has never been a colony. I don't know what's so bad about being a colony, but okay. How come you speak English? And he said, well, Ghana is an English-speaking colony. Excuse me, an English-speaking nation. And at that point, I knew it was pointless to continue the conversation. This is a boy who lives with his grandfather who is my age. So who would want to corrupt the memory and the education of a 10-year-old boy who lives in a mud hut? With electricity, by the way, and a very nice color TV. I watched the Africa game on it with him and his family. But why would somebody go out of their way to corrupt the understanding of a 10-year-old boy as to the nature of the world? And I sort of let that simmer for a while and came up with a thesis and said, well, what would that look like if that were true in America? And so the thesis is that the age of the country predicts its politics. It's not philosophy. It's not the march of history. It's certainly not whatever anybody means by progress. For my money, I have defined in the book series that progress is change for no reason and for no benefit. Merely making the vacillations around the mean is not progress. It is merely change in order to catch somebody out. So, what I looked at Ghana, what I discovered is since the Second World War, the life expectancy of a Guyanese has gone rather from 8 to 65. Very impressive.
Yeah.
What's also interesting is that its mean age, they didn't really, has gone probably from 30 to 22. I have socks that are older than 22 years. And it's not the worst by any means. Niger, which is just a couple states over, it's down to 13 years. So you have young countries that, and the cause of this is nothing invidious. The cause is better medicine, better food, better transportation, Western intolerance to war, better police force, more unified population. I mean, all those things we would say are good, but what it's created was nations that are young. And what happens to young nations? So I invented a United States that was young and is old. And it took me a bit of doing stuff fairly destructive to the United States to get to a situation 70 years later where there is one young country that's a high-tech country, but everybody retires, so supposedly retires at 40. In the middle of the country where, because of other advancements in science, everybody has the expectation of living to be 170. So I take one middle-aged individual from the young country, she's 17, and you've not got your life together at 17, and you only live to be 40, that's pretty middle-aged. I drop her into the other country where she's immediately acquired by another middle-aged individual who is 76. So these two middle-aged people, she's trying to kill him for about 200 pages, and he's trying not to kill her for about the same amount of time. And it's her sort of political education. That's what book one is. There's a lot of commentary in there, and I occasionally have a lot of good fun. But the question is, what would happen to young countries? Well, think about the young countries that have been out there. What's now the Myanmar Republic was one of them. They sent generations, they sent a lot of their young men to France in the 50s and 60s. They came back and became revolutionaries and killed everybody. The young countries kill off everybody, become communist or socialist, and then rapidly devolve into a dictatorship and continue as dictatorships. So having a young country means that you have a bunch of people who are intensely ignorant about their own country, and they become fodder for the political group that wants power, and they want power generally through a socialist revolution. What happens to old countries? Well, there are some very old countries that are not replacing their population, Japan being one of them. They are not, you look at the fertility rate, it ought to be two people make 2 babies in general, and you add a certain factor for the number of kids who die early, or from disease, from accidents, and that sort of thing. So generally, 2.3 is considered a replacement rate. The U.S. was at 2.3 for many years and is now down to 1.9. We are not replacing ourselves. If we don't have workers will be found elsewhere. Do you think that has anything to do with current politics? They can, as long as they can find jobs for people, they will be importing them the cheapest way possible. Anyhow, so the book, in order to get you to read it, has the story of the young middle-aged individual who is Malila Evanova-Chu, which is a missionary. She's part Russian, she's part Chinese, and she is a faithful daughter of the Democratic Unity. Anybody understand why I chose Democratic? I mean, it's unity as a joke because it's part of a country and now they call it a unity. Okay. But why Democratic?
Liberal. Very liberal.
Well, not just that. Name all the countries that use Democratic. The Democratic People's Republic of North Korea. Yeah. And for some reason, the most grotesque societies choose to call themselves democratic. So I went along with that. I've had people shake a finger at me at book fairs because I said that this was a democratic unity, but that's okay. She basically has manufactured sins for her, and she is exiled to the middle of the country, beyond the various walls. There's a wall that was created by the Democratic Unity. There's a wall that's been created by herbicide that has changed the plants, and that's called the scorch. And what it also has created is sentient plants. Plants that move around and talk to you, which is not part of this book, but it gets to be more important as you go on. I needed something that was going to keep these two groups apart. It was necessary to create a wall. In the middle of the country, America may be depopulated. It may be under the impulse, they can be raided at any time by the young country, but it's more or less recognizable. Countries that lose wars stick together. It's funny that it's countries that win wars, like the Cold War, tend to fall apart. It's the countries that lose wars that tend to see each other as compatriots and try to pull together. So in order to give you a flavor for this, I thought I'd read a few passages. And this one's called Parole. They've stopped and Jesse has made, Malila was captured in Wisconsin and she's being walked to Kentucky. And so they're sitting in a little hut in October. And Malila starts shivering. Jesse arose unasked to fetch a couple of deer skins to drape around her and himself before regaining his place by the fire, working another small patch of hide with a short knife as he stirred the pot. A stray gust of wind whipped under the eaves and swirled the air with smoke and sparks. Blinded, her eyes stinging with tears, Malila coughed until she was exhausted. In an instant, the whole grotesque burden of the day descended on Malila. The cold, the wet, the fatigue, the frustration, and now the smoke. You made a mess of this old man. We are both gonna die because of the minute Cece thinks he can beat the unity. Why didn't you kill me the first day? Cece, senior citizen, and it's a pejorative. Jesse recovering from another fit of vegetable coughing, wiped his mouth. Why indeed lost? But when Jesse gets excited, he speaks Scots because his father was. Why indeed lost? Be careful what you reach for. Death is for life on gold. You should know, Cece, you must be have that already. I love you too, Lost, but I wouldn't have been anxious to end it all. You are tired. You will feel better after a night's sleep, my friend. I'm not your friend, Cece. How would you have any idea how I feel? She shrieked at the old man. Jesse looked up, spearing her with his pallid eyes. Even in that dim light, he pulled the small pot off the flames, set it aside, and waved a finger under her nose before Malila could consider she might have gone too far. How would I know? How would I'm supposed to be so damned old and never been young once upon a time? Do you think I was born old and arrogant, bootbug? How much do you put into the pot you eat from acting, Lieutenant Jew? Malila inched away from his anger and antagonizing him further. Who do you think is keeping your sorry bohookie dry, Rick knew? If it weren't for me, you'd be cold and crooked in some hollow of a tree someplace. The old man dismissed her with a flourish of his hand. Fat. Gave her, while she gave him a bewildered look, turned his back on her and he replaced the pot on the fire. If I'm such a burden to you, why don't you let me go? Huh? You don't mind being abandoned to die of starvation and exposure to the elements? Good to know. Provender being at low ebb for the moment. Is that why you tie me up every night so you can find me when you want to butcher me? She knew that was unfair and it pleased her to say it. I tie you up because you are because of you being an enemy soldier. I haven't decided about roasting you. It is yet. Look, Jesse, I'm a city girl. Even if I could get away, I don't know how to get home. I'll make you a deal. Don't tie me up. I promise not to try to get away. Let me loose or let me go. Do one or the other, old man, if you're telling me the truth. There was a silence for a moment, and the old man turned to look at her. Well said, lass, but how do I know you won't try to kill me? Would you believe me if I promised? If promises don't mean much to you. You showed as much back there, where she had broken promise. Why would they mean anything to me now? Malila stopped. Her actions, when she had cut herself free at the hot spring, had not been to escape, at least not. She had not been sure she could escape. She had dismissed her promise to Jesse before she had made it. Jesse had not, apparently. For the old man, the promise had actual substance. To him, she had betrayed him. It had never occurred to her. The new realization made her feel empty. She was left with no response for the old man except one. In grim determination, she stood. The unity procedure was straightforward, even if Jesse did not know the long history of it. Over the weeks, Jesse's restraint, despite his interest in her, had grown perplexing and away the meaning. Malila stood facing him and waited for him to look at her. She undressed herself. Jesse did not look away, and it gave Malila hope. When she finished, she remained standing, and the cold wind plucked her flesh in the tight peaks. She announced a formulaic declaration in a voice made uncertain by the cold. Jesse Johnstone, I offer you the freedom of my body and my faithful service in return for your protection and advice. And the unity, the patron-elect, would acknowledge the act. She had to admit to herself that the idea of a Cece as a patron was grotesque, but oddly, it no longer filled her with disgust. This is how we ask someone to become a patron. I offer myself to you in return for you looking out for my interests. Talk, old man, I'm getting cold. Jesse again moved the food off the fire and stood facing Layla. Jesse's words at first made those excuse me. We aren't about to do this, Les. If I didn't take your words, I wouldn't shame you by taking your body. I think we should get dressed. Jesse's words at first made no sense. Malia Chu, get dressed. He spoke it as a command. It startled her. Cold air circled around her. But no less, get dressed, please. This time it was a plea. Malia stood to gather her clothes. The question was why I should believe a promise from you, Lieutenant Chu. You should believe me because, Malia said, you should believe me because if I kill you, then I die alone. Everybody I've ever known will think I drowned in some river out here. They don't want to die alone. No one should die alone, lass. Make me a promise not to escape or to harm me or yourself, and I'll take your parole. I promise, Jesse. Enough said, lass. Keep your student. Thank you. Jesse makes a habit of singing or reciting poetry at the evening because he knows he's getting stupid. He's getting scurvy. And one of the signs of scurvy is being forgetful and having bleeding sores in the hands, bleeding sores in the mouth. He's getting scurvy because he's given his supplement to Malila and is not informing her of this, of course. After a couple of weeks' work, Jesse felt a small but uncharacteristic. Jesse's evening orations increased with the lengthening nights. After a vehement recitation of some ancient battle's volley of thunder in the quiet before sleep, she finally asked, "Why are you saying all these things, Jesse? Are you getting settled?" She never pronounces right. Malila expected no answer whatever and was startled when she sensed the first quiver on which she took to be outraged. It was some time before she grasped that the old man was shaking with laughter. "You are most likely right, Les, but it pleases me, and I like the sound of the words. Don't any of them move you? Move me? Do they affect your emotions at all? The words have a root, rhythm, and a meaning as well." The old man's voice lilted softly in her ears. And still of a winter's night, they say, when the wind is in the trees, when the moon is a ghostly galleon tossed on cloudy seas, when the road is a ribbon of moonlight over the purple moor, the highwayman comes riding, riding, riding. The highwayman comes riding up to the old inn door. Malila suppressed the involuntary shiver traveling her spine. "I don't understand it. It's old-fashioned. Why should I try to understand it?" He sighed. "Yes, indeed, lass. Why understand it? Go to sleep." Why had she lied? Why had she dismissed it all because of its age? The old man had shown her something, and only her body had understood. I love reading boys, so that's mostly. This is actually a good paragraph. After 2 weeks at the Stewarts, Malila saw that some special event was approaching. Moses cleared out a barn before throwing sawdust on the floor. They arrived, and she's being sequestered in a farm. More confusing, he cut conifer boughs to decorate the house and the barn. Wagons arrived with townspeople who assembled long trestle tables. Sally made more succotash to make it consume in a week. The coming, as Sally called it, was a great day of celebration, leaving Malila's ignorance undisturbed. She meant to bring it up with Xavier the following day for a interrogation, but it slipped her mind when Moses insisted on showing off a new milking program to Xavier and her. On the return, nearing the front of the house, they heard muffled shouts. The front door banged open. A hunched figure of a man in a black and red checkered wool coat hastened out, scolded and savage by the diminutive Sally wielding a broom. The man halted only when he found himself outflanked by the whip-up. "Are ain't vicious, hard-hearted, rough-handed, waste of skin. You are nasty, crooked, old, dried up, slant-faced, scant-bodied, shameless, arrogant, bloody-minded, evil-scheming abuser of your betters, and worse for it. At this point, Sally spluttered in her assault, apparently having fired off all her ammunition on the first salvo and awaiting resupply. Moses rushed by Della Rosa to intercept and disarm Sally. A hissed conversation ensued. Malila was shocked. Gentle, loving Sally had become this angry, red-faced fury. The man must have done something horrible. After Moses wrapped up Sally in his long arms and almost carried her into the house, the miscreant unfolded himself. He was tall and clean-shaven, with long white hair caught up in a ponytail. Jesse Thompson. And then it's revealed to Malila just how many times Jesse had saved her life. And she learned something about forgiveness, which is a major point in this. Why don't I stop there and ask for questions? Yeah.
You said you needed to have some type of divide so to be sentient plants.
Yes.
Why not use disease
Well, because disease comes and goes.
or education?
I needed a way to keep armies from getting from point A to point B. They can come and raid, but they can't come and stay. Yeah. Any other questions?
This is more of a love story.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was advised numerous times that nobody's going to believe a story about a 76-year-old, although he looks about 40.
I know, right?
There is this treatment that essentially doubles his lifespan. But he therefore has been aging half as rapidly as everybody else. So although he's closer to 80, he really looks about 40. Now, he's got white hair, but that's a trick. Because he talks to himself, well, it's nice that he has premature white hair, because that makes him look like his mother's side of the family, where otherwise it looks like all those other Johnstones. Other people have gotten premature white hair, not to mention.
Is that why you wear a hat?
I wear a hat so that people will recognize me. About once a week. At least once a week, sometimes just once a month. Somebody comes up to me and essentially says, "John, what are you doing here? You should be back in Des Moines," which does not really mellow my criminal at all. And that's been happening to me since I was 14. Yes, it's my face, but I got to use it this week. So I needed something of a trademark.
Got it.
Oh, it is incredibly cheap. These are crusher hats. So you can sort of do terrible things to them, and they might pop right back. It is very good for backpacking. Any questions? Yeah.
Dr. Battle, being a medical doctor,
yeah.
How did that, or how did that influence your book or your writing?
Well, much of it badly, because I had to undo stuff. I've not taken any courses since creative writing in Mrs. Helwig's class in 1966. I am not kidding. I did get a developmental editor from iUniverse, which helped a great deal. My basic problem is I don't really speak American English. I speak Canadian English very much of the time. Like it's military, secretary, dictionary, out, okay, colors,
Neither.
What?
Neither.
9:30, yes. So I have to watch myself, and I'm actively trying to make this a very American book. And the editor said, "Are you trying to make this a British book?" And, heavens, no. And I said, "Well, then don't do that." So it has taken me some unlearning medical. I still am very likely to use passives, and I have to be careful with that. Yeah. So I collect all the passives and interrogate them, slap them around a bit, and then try to make them into active sentences. But that's it. In the editing process, as someone has pointed out, you can't edit nothing. You gotta write, and only after you finish the book do you dare go back and start editing. As far as being a as far as being a physician, it helps a lot because it made me aware of some things that were quite reasonable, like Jesse scurvy. With the Western expansion in the United States, there were epidemics of scurvy, and you'd find a wagon train that had just died, and everybody had sort of gotten sicker and sicker and sicker, and started trying to split up because they thought that the wagon train was slowing them down, which it was, and then they'd not be big enough to survive, and you'd have these wagon trains abandoned in the middle of nowhere. I heard a statistic that was as high as 20%, and there's no way to prove that. So scurvy was not just a convenient, malady du jour for Jesse. The observations and feelings about this, looking into it, you become doc, and people forget what your name is. And that's a very true thing. There are people who don't remember my last name.
Yeah.
I'm just doc. And to some extent, that's okay, because what I do is terrible stuff. And if they forget me, all to the good. It's a bad episode for them. So not having to remember who took care of the kid while the kid was trying to die is good for them.
Protected. Our minds are protected.
Yeah. It was that guy with a mustache. I mean, in 50 years, I've had two people write letters. One the mother, one the kid. A nice story. There she's in the Christmas cards.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Walter Confab. Fascinating story. I believe Dr. Bartle has been a physician for the longest time, and I cannot remember like a doctor, a Yes, a medical doctor is really into writing, except that they really are into studying. So having to have Dr. Bob being able to write 3 books is so fascinating. And it's not even just any other book, but this is political science fiction book. So he's very creative, he's imaginative. So again, Dr. Walter Clark Pablo. Before I proceed introducing our next speaker, he's not going to be here physically. So I'm going to be playing a video presentation of a compilation of his work. I believe it's going to be a 10-15 minute video presentation. Another doctor who happens to be a geologist, Dr. Thomas McLaughlin. But before we proceed to Dr. Thomas McLaughlin, let's take a quick break. It's going to be a 2-minute commercial break. Okay, and I'll see you again. We'll be back soon.
Thomas McLaughlin earned his Bachelor of Science degree in Morehead State University at Morehead, Kentucky. In 1979, he completed his master thesis in geology at Eastern Kentucky University in Richmond, Kentucky. Then in June 1980, he joined the U.S. Department of Labor Mine Safety and Health Administration. He stayed with his agency as a geologist and coal miner inspector for 28 years, collecting plant fossils in the coal mines and outcrops in southwestern Virginia. For approximately 26 years, he taught Introduction to Geology courses at colleges in Cumberland, Kentucky, and Vice Virginia. He started out geology as a rock hound collecting rocks, minerals, and fossils. By the end of high school, he decided to become a geologist and attended college. His parents insisted that he leave home because it was overtaken by rock samples. During high school and college, he practiced lapidary work, making jewelry from minerals and rocks. Currently, he's teaching as a coal miner trainer and serve as a coal mine safety consultant in Northern Virginia. A Guide to Pennsylvanian Age Plant Fossils of Southwest Virginia by Thomas McLaughlin. This book is a picture guide to fossil plants and a few fossil marine organisms found in close association with the local measures in Southwest Virginia. The fossils are sorted by groups and located next to coal seam horizon and geographic location. Short descriptions of each group of plant types are provided. This publication has been designed with the armature as well as a virtual guide for more advanced collectors. There are 57 plates with more than 280 illustrations, most of which are in color. Chapter 1: Arborescent Lycopods, Club, Mosses, Scale Trees. Lepidodendron. Lepidodendron. This plant is sometimes referred to as a scale tree because of the distinctive teardrop or diamond-shaped pattern of the bark of this lycopod. It is often mistaken as the scales of a reptile or snake's skin. Each scale-like feature is accented by a small depression that looks like an eye. The modern relative of this plant is the ground pine, running cedar, and club moss, or lycopodium. As a result, lepidodendron has been described as a giant club moss. Neither lepidodendron or lycopodium are a pine, a cedar, or a moss. The scar morphology of the branches appears as a miniature version of scars found in the main stem. They appear as oval-shaped depressions, 1 to 2 inches in size. Others appear as nearly circular dome-shaped features recessed into the bark. These are referred to as eulodendron. It is also thought by some scientists that these shallow teardrop features may represent the points of attachment of reproductive cones or pods. These plants generally stood as much as 98 feet, were common during Carboniferous.
First time, yes. Yeah, it's been pretty good. There have been quite a few that are actually interested in the geology or had geology too. And that's therefore, of course, they're interested in the books. And hopefully they'll
pass that on to their friends too that might be interested as well. What inspired me is just washed up pebbles, that kind of thing. And of course, I had an aunt that was encouraging that too, so it just kept being continued, and she was nurturing it too. She wanted me to be a geologist sitting wells, discovering, finding oil, but instead I ended up in coal, the coal part of it. But I had a junior high school teacher, substitute teacher. She was a member of the Rock Hound Club, and we got hooked up there, and she kept it going too, even through the time I was in undergraduate school in Kentucky. Continued it even there. But it's just that I think my parents too just figured I was destined to be that as well. So I figured I might as well be. Pennsylvania is the state. Pennsylvanian is the geologic term for the age of the rocks the fossils are found in. The coal seams that are mined in the central Appalachians, like Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, even in Pennsylvania, are Pennsylvanian in age. They're pre-dinosaur. So there's different age altogether. There's no strata there that is young enough to have dinosaur fossils in them. The ones that might have had them have been eroded away, and now too just the rocks that contain plant fossils of Pennsylvanian age. Or a lot of people hear the Carboniferous. That means Pennsylvania and Mississippi. And so the rocks we have are the upper part of the Carboniferous. So the first book I did here, it entails really about 28, 29 years of collecting. And I photographed all the specimens myself. I did all the classifications and let's say the names for most of them in full, but I did have some help with other paleobotanists on the internet that helped me with some that I couldn't really be sure about or really get. Now it turns out this is the first and only book so far on the plant fossils for Virginia. Not even the Virginia State Geologic Survey hasn't made one yet. West Virginia, Illinois, Kentucky, and all these other states had it, and I said, well, we can't have Virginia being left out. So then pretty much after I retired from MSHA as an inspector, I started working on this one, and it contains more Kentucky fossils, but also, Virginia fossils, but also some more Virginia fossils. But there's a lot of information about their origins and their characteristics, so to speak. The last one I've done was probably the most expensive to do because although I had now all of these are in colors and full fossil color. Best I could do. Some of them were actually black and I couldn't do anything with that, but they are colored. A lot of the diagrams that I used here, I had them commissioned by an artist. He was a 3D artist in Thailand. Same thing. In the first book, a lot of the illustrations of the trees and some of the plants I got from a book on plant fossils from West Virginia, like Gillespie. He was one of the first ones around here to do it. There's some overlap because it has to be, because you can't really look at one part of it without having to include another part. In the 3 books, I've essentially compiled the identification of what turns out to be most of the fossils that were to be found in the coal fields. And before that, I had to search all kinds of different references myself, and some ancient manuscripts and that sort of thing. It was nothing all in one place. So, and also, a lot of the coal miners would take fossils home, give them to their children, and then they would take them to school and do show and tell. Well, I wanted a little bit more for them to look at and to be able to explain a little bit more than just say it's a plant fossil. They don't have to use the entire name of the fossil. I grouped them and have group names for them. So all they have to do is match it up.
Like classes.
Yeah. So they can say it's a seed fern or something else. First one, I believe I remember somewhere around 300 different fossils. This one had close to 200 or so, and this one was maybe a little less than that, maybe about the same. I identified them by different coal horizons, and by the geographic location that I found them. And I also included where I could, the longitude, latitude coordinates for the location. And on this one, actually, I wish I'd done it together too, but I didn't think of it. Like on this one, though, in the back, I went ahead and took each site and listed the fossils I found at each site at different locations. Because there may be somebody out there, doing some research, and they want to use that for some sort of what different may be. But through ReadersMagnet, we set up a website. My email is thomasf53@msn.com, and the website is tfmclaughlin.com. So that's how you can, and it has a way to order how many you want, and which ones.
Right, thank you so much. That is Dr. Thomas McLaughlin, a video presentation of his book, The Guide to Pennsylvanian Ancient Plant Fossils of Southwest Virginia. Now, moving on to our next speaker this afternoon. He's been waiting for this, I know, since the morning. He is a whistleblower to the world. Chuck Shoup speaks with urgency about the need to rediscover people's connections with their own nature. If we are ever again to experience the contentment of sisterhood and brotherhood that is in our natural heritage. He is an electronics engineer who suffered from severe attention deficit disorder for much of his life. And when he was 43, his condition was finally diagnosed and he began treatment with Ritalin. Suddenly, life made sense. As a result of that extraordinary experience, he began writing on brain dysfunction to provide a conceptual framework for medically treating the brain. As a result of that effort, combined with his professional knowledge of system control theory, Shoup's subject soon changed from brain dysfunction to cultural dysfunction. He realized that the brain cannot find lasting contentment, nor can it produce behavior that serves the individual or the species when functioning in a reality that, emotionally, it does not comprehend. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the author of the book, Rediscovering the Wisdom of Human Nature, How Civilization Destroys Happiness, Mr. Jack Shoup.
Well, in trying to explain to you what this is all about, I think I'm just going to read the first chapter of the book. I'm looking at life with quite a different perspective than it's normally looked at, so it's kind of hard to explain in normal language what the book's about, and I think the first chapter will give you a sense of where it's going. And I want to say that I am questioning civilization. The subtitle of the book is How Civilization Destroys Happiness. So I'm going to be questioning what a lot of people are doing, including myself. And so in a sense, it could be offensive. But I want to tell you that whatever I appear to be telling you what you're doing wrong out there, I'm doing the same thing. I'm in the same prison as you are. And when you're in prison, you follow the rules. The chapter 1 title, There is a Message in Emotional Pain. Just by doing what they feel like doing, individual humans, elephants, and fireflies alike unknowingly serve and perpetuate the life of their species. Like them, no lion or whale or worm in the ground ever knows that the evolution preceding its every action was originally programmed over eons through trial and error by evolution. Today, no king on the throne, no modern serf crawling in a cubicle, no druggie shooting up in an alley realizes that the powerful needs and desires that drive him are, in fact, the damaged form of that same primordial heritage. The civilized remnants of evolution's organic programming. Yet that programming, in the original form, which still exists in nature, is a map of life on Earth. In the natural world, the real world where mastodons, dinosaurs, then Homo sapiens once thrived, that powerful programming spurred every living being to love doing the things that helped its species to flourish. So powerful, so embedded in this architecture of natural life is this emotional programming, the living beings that I call it the law of life. To serve it, this is the law. To serve life, do things that feel good, and avoid doing things that result in emotional pain. Doing what feels good, not what hurts, is the one thing that makes sense to every living being. So, the law of life works flawlessly in the natural world. This doesn't mean suffering is non-existent in nature. Rather, it underscores the fact that in nature, individuals unfailingly react to every circumstance in a way that maximizes pleasure. Nature will. The law of life applies to civilized humans as much as it once did to pre-civilized humans and the earliest humans. But we modern humans left the natural world thousands of years ago when we built our own institutional one, and error that has placed us on the wrong side of the law of life. We have another master. Indeed, as subjects of legal systems, we regularly defy the law of life for the sake of our own survival within the modern paradigm. Consequently, we suffer in numerous ways. In order to make a living, workers go to jobs they hate, wisely meaning meaningless, even abusive relationships, out of the fear they can support themselves and their children. People endure countless lines of traffic to get to work. When we modern humans experience pain, as in the examples above, that pain is an alert message from our souls. A serious warning that is always the same. You are not serving life. This suffering is not due to any fault of our own. We didn't choose to disobey the law of life. We disobeyed it because we were born into civilized cultures. We're not free to honor them. Even the people who invented civil rule were at fault. Their collective error was inevitable, given that evolution had gifted them with language minds. Our unique linguistic skills enable humans to do something that no previous being on earth could do, to create our own social order and put aside the natural social order that evolution built into us. When humans imposed moral edicts, believing they could make life better, the suffering that resulted from breaking the law of life began immediately. But because people didn't know about nature's law, they interpreted the suffering as being caused by mankind's sinful nature. Their evidence for this was the fact that people seemed incapable of faithfully following all the rules. No one measured up. People seemed possessed with the desire to misbehave. What in fact possesses us is an inborn desire to obey the law of life. But as a result of our belief in civil law, we see ourselves as sinners who have slipped by instigated divorce, never realizing that such sins are natural acts inspired by our inborn desire to take care of life. Since the moment humans began judging themselves as sinful for transgressing in this way, everything humanity has organized and controlled has worked against our happiness and against the ultimate survival of our species. If we are ever again to experience the contentment of sisterhood and brotherhood that our kind once took for granted, and if our species is to survive the 6,000-year-old episode of self-imposed punishment, the time must come that we stop chastising people for being the law of life and start honoring each other when we behave like natural humans. The emotional suffering our predecessors so innocently caused is painful, but our language minds have found a remarkably direct way to survive it. They manage the pain simply by doubling down on their belief in civilization. They believe civil rule can deliver the future promises, and they keep believing it without evidence to support it, historical or otherwise. Over thousands of years, human life, history has chronicled the rise and fall of many civilizations. It's a well-recognized, thus predictable pattern. Yet, when a system of civil rule fails, we humans take no message from the chaos inherent to these failures, or from the human suffering that heralds them. The message of the suffering is lost on humanity that carries no weight relative to our tenacious belief that we'll get it right the next time. So we continue to ignore the consequences of not honoring the law of life, taking immense comfort in the idealized futures we think lie in wait once we get it right. My concern is that the suffering and associated chaos of civil failures will continue until no humans are left to suffer. What's needed is an intervention, which will occur when humans discover the law of life and figure out how to comply with it by reestablishing sisterhoods and brotherhoods. I am sure that humans never would have imposed more laws had they realized that outlawing natural human behavior would sentence mankind to thousands of years of pointless suffering. But once civil rule existed, damage was done. Because of the brain's remarkable ability to adapt, we immediately adjusted to our new role as dependents of institutions, states, and governments. We had no choice. We did it for a sense of purpose, meaning, identity, and survival itself. Once we did it, our minds had no choice but to take on many other beliefs to help us manage the suffering that our dependence on civil rule imposed. We found emotional solace through benevolent belief. I can't read. By the way, there's something I was going to say at the beginning. People ask me, you write fiction or nonfiction? And my answer is nonfiction, I hope. I don't know the truth. All I know is how I feel. It's for other people to decide whether it's fiction or not. I hope it's not fiction, but I'm, as a civilian, I have to hope like everyone else does.
Well, we may not agree with you.
Yeah, that's right. That's all right. You might be right. Okay, we found emotional solace through the penelope belief, each promising a better future by belief in religion, ideology, money, science, education, and progress. Now that's what we're in other words, does progress enable us to love each other better? If it don't, it has nothing to do with life.
It's a snare.
Yeah. Okay, when the main rules, rather than the natural wisdom of our souls, we're not taking care of life. Indeed, we are emotionally disengaged from it. As a consequence, our circumstances eventually become so miserable that beliefs in the promised features can no longer quell the suffering. That's the point in which people turn to drugs for relief, and sometimes even suicide, which results from the pain of not being free to take care of life overpowers the will to live. That's how bad things can get in the civil culture. While our language minds still believe in the power of reason for solving our problems, continue on blissfully unaware of the significance of the suffering. With this suffering, our souls are trying to tell us something. That in our effort to control the future through the force of law, we are not solving anything. Indeed, we are making things worse. One of the many ways the civilized mind unknowingly discounts the suffering caused by institutional subjugation is to mistake symptoms for problems. Things like domestic violence and suicide are symptoms, not problems. So, no program or plan can end domestic violence or suicide. Both conditions are reactions to and symptoms of emotional suffering of life's human life under civil rule. It's essential to distinguish between symptoms and problems for every suicide and for every woman who dies at the hand of her spouse. There are hundreds who go on living in intense emotional distress. Suffering is a problem, but it's also a symptom of the real underlying problem. Modern humans are not free to honor the law of life. When our language minds finally recognize the real problem and allow us the freedom to honor the law of life, domestic violence, suicide, and countless other symptoms of institutional bondage will cease. In fact, our souls are being severely abused under civil rule. That is the message modern men need to receive. Yet the opposite occurs. We go around behaving as if our actions are not true, as if our lives are not burdened with loneliness, boredom, dysfunctional family relationships, repressed traumatic feelings, and anxiety. We behave as if suffering didn't exist. We have become experts at hiding our suffering often even from ourselves. If people had any idea that we're living in the out of the law of life, and how powerfully doing so offends our souls, they would be shocked to the core of their being, just as I was years ago when it occurred to me. From our soul's perspective, living in denial of the law of life is akin to solitary confinement. In fact, we're like animals raised in cages, suffering but never knowing how badly, because the cage is all we've ever known. One thing is certain, as an animal in a cage can't do the things it would do, the things it naturally loves doing, if we're free to survive normally. It can never get high in life, no matter how nice the cage. As civilized beings, we too are emotionally caged and can't get high in life. The only advantage we have over a caged animal is that we can get high on the promise of belief. And that's why we hold beliefs so sacred. Beliefs, indeed, are all we have with which to placate our souls, because we're not free to do so naturally by taking care of life. All animal beings have evolved with an innate addiction to the satisfaction that comes from taking care of life. Under civil rule, we modern humans have become addicted instead to the anticipation of future satisfaction promised by beliefs. Not free to honor the law of life by living in the moment. It's the only emotional comfort the civil culture can provide. Until we recover from our addiction to beliefs, we will never recognize our need for one another. Recognizing that need is essential if humans are ever again to get high on life. We all know that recovering from addiction is not easy. The person must first recognize that he or she is addicted. Then the pain associated with addiction must become so severe that the affected individual wants to do something about it. The same is true of recovering from addiction to belief. Despite the difficulty, recovering from a belief addiction is happening in our world. Mankind's suffering is now so great that people find themselves increasingly incapable of getting relief through beliefs. This is most evident in religion. The number of people who no longer believe in God has increased dramatically in recent years. Though many no longer find comfort in religious beliefs, we still find comfort in secular ones. Belief in the future promised by money, institutions, law, marriage, science, and progress. So long as we've been addicted to beliefs, our souls will continue to burden us with increasing pain. It's evolution's way of punishing us for not taking care of life. Eventually, the day will come when the pain is so great that our beliefs can no longer hold it at bay. On that day, we will no longer be able to believe in anything that promises a better future. We will stand face to face with the reality of the moment for the first time in our lives. As scary as that thought seems right now, I think we'll discover something remarkable once recovered from the shock of it all. And here's what we'll discover. Human beings are not afraid of reality. Not with our sisters and brothers by our side. We were born to celebrate reality the same way animals do, the same way humans always did before institutions existed. That spiritually free humans are capable of living happy, contented, decent, and self-respecting lives is evident in the lifestyle of the Navajo people who still live a prehistoric way of life in their ancestral villages in the Amazon. See Chapter 8. When our beliefs have all finally evaporated, so will the idealized futures we now strive for. We will quite naturally turn to the people around us for the care and emotional support. Inherent through sisterhoods and brotherhoods. Those relationships will enable us to live in the moment, a joy that has been lost to mankind for thousands of years. In the reality of the moment, we will rejoin the other life forms of this planet in life's eternal celebration. Not by will, but as an inevitable result of having recognized reality. That's the first chapter. And so at this point, do you have any questions?
When's your TED Talk?
Not my TED Talk. Well, you think I should just read this first chapter? Well, it's about the right length. They give you about 18 minutes.
If you do the summary that you shared with me about sisterhoods and brotherhoods,
Yeah.
I think you can check it out.
Yeah, I was telling
Karen.
Karen. I was telling Karen, I said, see, I think a real human family. See, we're a social primates. You go out and look at the natural world and you see how social primates take care of life. A social primate family consists of 20 or 30 individuals, which species, but a number of people who are dependent on each other to survive. And I think that family consists of sisterhood and a brotherhood. And women are in control. And that's not by the law or anything. That's their emotional authority. See, the women are far more emotionally intelligent than men are. I've become comfortable with that.
So it's human nature for men to.
Well, see, evolution commissioned females as the caretakers of life, and it commissioned males as the protectors of life. Well, it takes a lot more emotional intelligence to take care of life than it does protect. And
it takes courage for a man.
Oh yes, I don't put men down.
And a lot of courage.
I'm not putting men down. I mean, what we love to do is we love to place our lives in the line for the people we care about. We don't do that because we're good or perfect, or that's because we love it. See, in the natural world, every creature does what it loves to do, and what life happens. See, the problem when humans decide who's going to control the future and make life better, see, life couldn't happen anymore. Because we enslaved ourselves to rules. We were born to follow rules. We weren't born just to survive.
Whose rules? We were born to follow rules. Whose rules?
Oh, well, it depends on what nation states you live under. They're different in every one.
Well, there's some of us that prefer to live.
Well, Ben's rules, yeah. See, if you're going to organize people in mass, the human spirit can't do that. All the human spirit can do is organize people in social bonds. See?
Well,
so if you're going to organize people in mass, you have to have them under the laws. Because they don't know how to relate to each other in mass.
Well, I think God gave the laws to start with to Moses, and there was a purpose to that, because we are born in a sinful nature. We like to be selfish, we like to do our own things, we don't like to consider others. But his rule of law let us know we needed his help.
Well, let me just say,
So,
you see, the thing is that I'm selfish. Okay?
Right.
And why am I selfish? I am selfish because, no, it's not my nature. If you look at those primitive people who are still living without laws, they're
eating one another too, don't they? That's okay.
Anytime.
They can be cannibalistic.
Just let me say that cannibalism is a result of religions. Headhunting is a result of
man-made religions. God's laws are different. They are living. He's living today. He loves you. Jesus died for your sinful state.
Okay, I want
And
to
he
say
gives us
something.
a great freedom to love others.
I appreciate your remarks, but I just want to say that I am selfish, and I want to tell you why. I am subject to monetary system, and that monetary system makes me personally responsible for my own well-being. Now that is a horrible situation to put me, a social primate, in, because I was born to be taken care of by my brothers and sisters.
By your
And
mother,
I was
father first.
I was born to take care of my brothers and sisters. But I find myself in a world where I got to take care of myself, and I got no brothers and sisters. You want to know why I suffer? You want to know why people suffer? I mean, to take any social primate and take him off alone, he's going to suffer.
Exactly.
And
he needs love and care.
How do you qualify? How do you qualify what you're saying, other than your opinion?
Oh, anything anyone says from the mouth.
I mean, other than what you're saying is your opinion, right?
Anything that anyone uses, any book, anything that's ever been written that's in words, is someone's opinion.
Yeah, but my question was, is that your opinion, or you have some other proof, that some scientific proof, you got biblical proof?
When I sat down a little while ago, I said, I don't know the truth.
You don't know the truth?
I don't know the truth.
Oh, that's good. I like that, because that gives you potential.
That's right.
That gives you potential.
See, what I'm saying that there is no truth. All there is how we feel. And if we feel like sacrificing our lives for the people we love, then that's what we do because we love it. If we feel like saving the lives of people we love, then we do that because we love doing it.
Isn't that a tautology?
Pardon?
Isn't that a tautology? You're explaining the result by stating that the evidence of the result is the cause of the result.
Well, I'm just saying that, see, the issue isn't whether I survive. The issue, from my soul's perspective, the issue is whether the species thrives. And so when I love doing something, whether it's self-sacrifice,
that's just a tautology.
Or whether to kill.
That is merely stating the same thing twice. And that's not a rational statement.
Well, see, I'm saying there is nothing in the universe that says our species should exist. See, the only reason
well, God put us into existence to start with out of dirt.
Okay.
We're going to go back to dirt. And
Well,
our
see,
souls live on. I heard my mother's spirit when she passed over 34 years ago. I was affected by that. I was not a professing active Christian.
Hey, everything you're saying.
Something happened that was very unique in my life.
Okay. And everything that you're saying, I trust you for.
I know.
I mean, that is your truth.
Too.
See, what I'm saying.
You can make choices. You're making your choice.
If we ask
I'm making my
everyone.
choice to follow Jesus Christ. He lives today.
Okay,
He lives for
let me
you
talk,
and he
please.
loves you.
I'm just saying that there's no two people in here that have the same truth.
You're a wonderful living man and he loves you.
And I'm saying that in the natural, before speech came along, before speech came along, we all were true to body language, organized everything. I mean, if you look at all the organization you see out there in the natural world, it was all organized by body language. There was no rules. They had no violence.
That's right.
And what I'm saying is that only through sisterhood and brotherhood can we reconnect with body language. If you don't have sisterhoods and brotherhoods, you're stuck with intellectualism. And intellectualism it's only existed in this world for a few thousand years. For the hundreds of millions of years, there was no intellectualism. There were no belief systems. There was just instinct, our
Survival.
soul, our spirit.
Survival.
Well, it was a lot more than survival. It was to love and be loved. See, without loving and being loved, survival is hardly worth it. I mean, what are we living for? And what I'm saying is that love is not something you do. Love is something you need. When I tell you that I love you, I'm telling you that I need you. I'm not telling you that you need me. I need you. Well, if I was living 20,000 years ago, and you were my brothers and sisters, I would need every soul here. And you would need me, and we would love each other unconditionally. Now I'm living at this day when there's monetary legal systems, and I need money to survive, and I need institutions to survive. So I love them unconditionally, and I leave you all out in the dark. And I'm talking about me. I think we're all in the same boat, but I am talking about me. Well, that's all right. Well, listen.
You get one for free.
It's time to for me to close down. And hey, I appreciate the opportunity to present to you. I appreciate Reader's Magnet for putting all this together. And bless you all.
Chet, we have one question.
Okay.
Before we go on a 30-minute break, we have a question from our viewer.
Yeah.
From Nina Weil. Your perspective on.
Correct.
So I lost that. Your perspective on human nature is really good, but how do you apply that to the landscape?
To the what?
To the modern landscape of the current time.
The modern landscape, well, if I understand the question, my answer to it is that I can't be true to who I am and survive in this culture. I lied about how I felt when I went to school. You think I want to go to school? I got a higher education to make myself more suitable to the marketplace. That has nothing to do with who I am in my soul. I walk by homeless people every day when I think that has nothing to do. And you know, I know that they need someone to look at them, but you know, I don't even look at them. Because if I look at them, I'm recognizing that they exist. And then I walk on by as if they don't exist. And I'm not blaming myself for this, and I'm not blaming anyone else for this. I'm just saying, if I was in the natural world, there would be no homeless. I mean, that don't mean there wasn't suffering and there weren't people that didn't function, but they got shunned. They didn't live very long. I mean, resolution was found. You didn't have this eternal suffering. Okay, sorry.
Thank you so much, Church. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. For our audience, thank you so much. We appreciate that. He's going to be giving away his business card so we can communicate. Perfect timing because we're going to have a 30-minute break. If you have questions for Chad or for Ross or for anyone else about a very interesting topic of this book, rediscovering human nature, that this would be the perfect time. Again, Reader's Magnet is live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And we'll take a quick 30-minute break and we'll be back very soon. Thank you so much.
How you doing, man? You remember?
working with Reader's Magnet on this project and getting the word out there on the book. What's that experience been like for you?
Oh, absolutely thrilling. They have been awesome. They understood. As soon as I talked to Maya, she understood what I had done and why I had done it, and she knew exactly what to do. And Ryza and her team has just been absolutely incredible. I couldn't ask for better support. They're a gift from God.
The book we're talking about is The Williams Sisters. Again, a couple minutes left in the program. Helping you putting all of these plans together and the outreach for the book across the country and across the globe, going to the UK coming up here, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk about your experience in working with it.
Reader's Magnet has such faith in me. I had another publicist that let me down. Reader's Magnet has done everything they said. They started out setting me up with this radio interview. They love my story and they want to see something good happen with it, just like I do. They want my vision to happen. And the only thing I can tell you about Reader's Magnet is they are awesome. I would have never in my wildest dreams ever imagined a publicist company ever taking me to where I'm at and where I'm going with this story.
I know you've been working with Reader's Magnet in getting the message out there, a very important message to so many people. What's that experience been like at working with Reader's Magnet?
Oh, that's been the most greatest thing. Yeah, like I said before, they've taken my book off my desk. I'm going to be, it's going to travel to book fairs, and they're talking about an international tour, and it's just going to go more places, and they have so many more plans for it than I could have ever imagined.
Well, it's important to get the word out there, and they do an excellent job at doing that for you. I know that you've worked with Reader's Magnet on this project. Talk a little bit, minutes are left in the program, with the experience. What has this been like to work with a creative group like Reader's Magnet?
They're awesome. Mario, he calls me his book shrink. And it's really funny. I don't know how he got that, but he's awesome. Everybody there has been so welcoming and
helping you take this message out to the country and getting it into the colleges. That type of outreach has been Reader's Magnet. What's the experience been like for you in working with them?
Well, for one thing they did, they changed the cover of my book. I had a previous publisher. The program with Reader's Magnet is much more robust, and they have they're going to do a YouTube and video, and also another type of visual presentation, which is coming up soon.
Helping you take this message out and touch other people, I know, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk about your experience working with them.
Well, it was a godsend. I was just writing this on my own, and I got a phone call from Reader's Magnet. I never heard of them. They wanted to market my other book that I wrote before this, which was technical in nature. It was around my career. And I said, well, I don't want to do that, but I want to publish this other one. Can you help me with that? And they said, sure. And I said, well, I have to finish it first, so call me in 3 months. And then they helped me. I'm not good at marketing. I'm an introvert. I don't understand that whole world. So they've helped me with the marketing of it, which is extremely helpful. They're very supportive and kind, and they're just there to help you.
There are so many authors that we talk to that are in the same category. I like the creative stuff. I don't necessarily like to go out and brag about myself or brag about the book or talk about it. It's so nice, isn't it, to have somebody there you can just sort of hand it off to and say, guide me. I'll keep writing. You keep telling me what I need to do to market this.
That's exactly right. That's what they do so well.
Helping you get the message out there, I know, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk a little bit about that experience with them and helping you take this message and get it out to people where it's going to be very instrumental in their lives.
Well, Rick, thank you for the opportunity to even say something concerning Reader's Magnet. I received a call from Frank Jonas, and immediately we connected. This book is already on the market in the form of The Enigma of the Holy Trinity, and Frank was telling me that the book caught his eye. Being that it's on Ex Libris right now, the book is not doing as well as I hoped it would be by now. At any rate, I believe that God, He's always working in the background and working things out for our good. And in this case, Frank called and we had a discussion, and we were on the phone probably for 2 hours. And finally, I decided to try Reader's Magnet. I said, hey, what do I have to lose here? And come to find out that it's one of the best choices that I've made concerning this work. The staff there is extraordinary. They're very helpful. They return your calls promptly, very considerate, and very patient. So I've only been dealing with Reader's Magnet for a few weeks, but my experience with them is second to none. I give them high praise for the work they have done up until this point.
Every book begins with an idea. A writer with a purpose is driven to start writing a book to be read and loved by thousands and hopefully millions of readers. At Reader's Magnet, we work with authors by providing convenience with our fast and easy process for turning your manuscript into a masterpiece. Full support of our team of professionals working with you in every step of the way. Peace of mind retaining creative control of your book's design and content. Value for your money with our extensive range of easy-to-follow and easy-to-use industry-standard publishing and publicity services. And lastly, the competitive edge with our combined traditional and modern methods to ensure your market accessibility and presence. The publishing team at Reader's Magnet exists to support writers every step of the way in their publishing process, from caring and believing in their work to inspiring them to complete their manuscript, and finally celebrating when they hold the first printed copy of their book. We want all authors to experience that. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world. Call us at 1-800-805-0762 or visit our website at www.readersmagnet.com.
We are Reader's Magnet, a team of self-publishing and marketing experts sharing our love of books with the world. We support independent authors in achieving their dreams by helping them publish and promote their stories. You can be one of those independent and aspiring authors. Once you've completed your manuscript, we will work together in editing, illustration, layout design, and typesetting. We will then register your book, distribute and promote your brand and title to your community and even to the world. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world.
personally have had great success with your company. My books have had great success with your company. And everybody that I talk to that wants to publish a book, I highly recommend Readers, because not only do you do the publishing side, but you have a killer marketing program.
It's been exciting. Met a lot of people of different walks of life. Everyone has been very, very friendly.
This team here is efficient, they're professional, they look great. In fact, they look better than any other publishing company out here. Absolutely.
Working with Reader's Magnet on this project and getting the word out there on the book. What's that experience been like for you?
Oh, absolutely thrilling. They have been awesome. They understood. As soon as I talked to Maya, she understood what I had done and why I had done it, and she knew exactly what to do. And Riza and her team have just been absolutely incredible. I couldn't ask for better support. They're a gift from God.
The book we're talking about is The Williams Sisters. Again, a couple minutes left in the program. Helping you putting all of these plans together and the outreach for the book across the country and across the globe, going to the UK coming up here, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk about your experience in working with him.
Reader's Magnet has such faith in me. I had another publicist that let me down. Reader's Magnet has done everything they said. They started out setting me up with this radio interview. They love my story and they want to see something good happen with it, just like I do. They want my vision to happen. And the only thing I can tell you about Reader's Magnet is they are awesome. I would have never in my wildest dreams ever imagined a publicist company ever taking me to where I'm at and where I'm going with this story.
I know you've been working with Reader's Magnet in getting the message out there, a very important message to so many people. What's that experience been like at working with Reader's Magnet?
Oh, that's been the most greatest thing. Yeah, like I said before, they've taken my book off my desk. I'm going to be, it's going to travel to book fairs, and they're talking about an international tour, and it's just going to go more places, and they have so many more plans for it than I could have ever imagined.
Well, it's important to get the word out there, and they do an excellent job at doing that for you. I know that you've worked with Reader's Magnet on this project. Talk a little bit, minutes are left in the program, with the experience. What has this been like to work with a creative group like Reader's Magnet?
They're awesome. Mario, he calls me his book shrink. And it's really funny. I don't know how he got that, but he's awesome. Everybody there has been so welcoming and
helping you take this message out to the country and getting it into the colleges. That type of outreach has been Reader's Magnet. What's the experience been like for you in working with them?
Well, for one thing they did, they changed the cover of my book. I had a previous publisher. The program with Reader's Magnet is much more robust, and they have they're going to do a YouTube and video, and also another type of visual presentation, which is coming up soon.
Helping you take this message out and touch other people, I know, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk about your experience working with them.
Well, it was a godsend. I was just writing this on my own, and I got a phone call from Reader's Magnet. I never heard of them. They wanted to market my other book that I wrote before this, which was technical in nature. It was around my career. And I said, well, I don't want to do that, but I want to publish this other one. Can you help me with that? And they said, sure. And I said, well, I have to finish it first, so call me in 3 months. And then they helped me. I'm not good at marketing. I'm an introvert. I don't understand that whole world. So they've helped me with the marketing of it, which is extremely helpful. They're very supportive and kind, and they're just there to help you.
There are so many authors that we talk to that are in the same category. I like the creative stuff. I don't necessarily like to go out and brag about myself or brag about the book or talk about it. It's so nice, isn't it, to have somebody there you can just sort of hand it off to and say, guide me. I'll keep writing. You keep telling me what I need to do to market this.
That's exactly right. That's what they do so well.
Helping you get the message out there, I know, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk a little bit about that experience with them and helping you take this message and get it out to people where it's going to be very instrumental in their lives.
Well, Rick, thank you for the opportunity to even say something concerning Reader's Magnet. I received a call from Frank Jonas, and immediately we connected. This book is already on the market in the form of The Enigma of the Holy Trinity, and Frank was telling me that the book caught his eye. Being that it's on Ex Libris right now, the book is not doing as well as I hoped it would be by now. At any rate, I believe that God, He's always working in the background and working things out for our good. And in this case, Frank called and we had a discussion, and we were on the phone probably for 2 hours. And finally I decided to try Reader's Magnet. I said, hey, what do I have to lose here? And come to find out that it's one of the best choices that I've made concerning this work. The staff there is extraordinary. They're very helpful. They return your calls promptly, very considerate, and very patient. So I've only been dealing with Reader's Magnet for a few weeks, but my experience with them is second to none. I give them high praise for the work they have done up until this point.
Every book begins with an idea. A writer with a purpose is driven to start writing a book to be read and loved by thousands and hopefully millions of readers. At Reader's Magnet, we work with authors by providing convenience with our fast and easy process for turning your manuscript into a masterpiece. Full support of our team of professionals working with you in every step of the way. Peace of mind retaining creative control of your book's design and content. Value for your money with our extensive range of easy-to-follow and easy-to-use industry-standard publishing and publicity services. And lastly, the competitive edge with our combined traditional and modern methods to ensure your market accessibility and presence. The publishing team at Reader's Magnet exists to support writers every step of the way in their publishing process, from caring and believing in their work to inspiring them to complete their manuscript, and finally celebrating when they hold the first printed copy of their book. We want all authors to experience that. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world. Call us at 1-800-805-0762 or visit our website at www.readersmagnet.com.
We are Reader's Magnet, a team of self-publishing and marketing experts sharing our love of books with the world. We support independent authors in achieving their dreams by helping them publish and promote their stories. You can be one of those independent and aspiring authors. Once you've completed your manuscript, we will work together in editing, illustration, layout design, and typesetting. We will then register your book, distribute and promote your brand and title to your community and even to the world. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world.
great success with your company. My books have had great success with your company. And everybody that I talk to that, wants to publish a book, I highly recommend Readers, because not only do you do the publishing side, but you have a killer marketing program.
It's been exciting. Met a lot of people of different walks of life. Everyone has been very, very friendly.
This team here is efficient, they're professional, they look great. In fact, they look better than any other publishing company out here. Absolutely.
All right, good afternoon, San Francisco. Readers Magnet Book Confab. A round of applause, please. We're down to the last two speakers of the afternoon, and I know tomorrow is going to be more exciting, and on Sunday as well. And our next speaker has been a good friend of ours since the past years already, and we can't wait for her to talk about her books. The first one is a very inspiring story of herself and her mom. But the second book is sumptuous, and I know you guys would love to grab a copy of that book. It's a recipe book, and perhaps, I don't know if she has all prompts in her, but if she can give us an example of some of her favorite dishes. I think Italian food. So, yeah, and then our next speaker right after Ellie, she's not going to be here physically with us, but we will be showing a video presentation of her. Okay, I hope you guys will stay tuned and hang in there, because we are down to the last two speakers this afternoon. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
All right, our next author is an MBA, a speaker and home cook or baker. And formerly she was a legislative and a policy analyst for the state of Colorado, the city and county of Brookfield. And after leaving government services, she was a private contractor. Ellie's almost 40-year career ceased when her mother fell and broke her hip at the age of 92. Thus began Ellie's own journey of being a 24/7 sole caregiver for her mother for the next 9 and one half years. During that time, her book, One Caregiver's Journey, was born with personal memories, insight, and advice for caregivers. The book is a snapshot of realities, changes, and challenges of caregiving. Now, in Ellie's second book, Generations of Good Food, wasn't planned. It was a labor of love that consumed her time during the pandemic lockdown. It incorporates recipes, stories, and anecdotes from 6 generations of her Italian family. Now, without further ado, a dear friend of ours, the author of the book Generations of Good Food and One Caregiver's Journey. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ellie Gazetta. A round of applause.
There's an old saying that your life can change in the blink of an eye. And that's what happened to me. My mother and I were at my brother's for dinner. She bent over to kiss one of her great-grandsons. She stood up, she turned, she fell, and she broke her hip. She had surgery the next morning, and she spent the next 6 weeks in rehab, regaining her strength and learning how to navigate on a walker. I spent the next 6 weeks getting my home ready for her to return and ceasing nearly a 40-year career. From October of 2007 to May of 2017, I was her sole full-time caregiver in my home. It was was an interesting time, believe me when I tell you that. About 18 months after my mother's accident, she had a stroke. I began journaling as a way to get the stress at bay. And as my caregiving routine became more and more routine, I continued to journal. And at some point I thought, you know what, maybe my experiences could help someone else who is either embarking on a caregiving journey or who is struggling in their caregiving journey. So I went back and I added some family history. I added some tips for navigating government systems. I told the story of my late father's illness, how my eldest brother had died, and how at the same time I was caring for my mother, I was also sharing in the care for her younger sister. One morning, as my brother came to help fix a leg on my mother's walker, and they had coffee at the breakfast bar, and as he was leaving, he said to me, "Man, you ought to write a book." And one caregiver's journey was born. As Dodge just said, one caregiver's journey is journal that was written over a period of 9.5 years. It is a snapshot into the realities, the changes and the challenges of being a caregiver. So before I get too far into this, let me tell you about my mom. My mother was a gentle, docile soul. She had bright blue eyes and she had a smile that could light up the darkest room. Back in the day, they would have called her a lady. She was not combative. She was not mean. She was not difficult. She was happy. She was good-natured. She loved being surrounded by her family. She loved Christmas. She loved her Christmas tree. And in time, her birthday became a national holiday. Flowers would begin arriving at the house several days before her birthday, and then well-wishers and family and friends and neighbors would stop by. It was just a time. Her legacy would be her faith and her family. Caregiving was often very challenging. My mother was not. At the beginning of my caregiving journey, I went from being a legislative policy analyst to cooking and cleaning, cooking 3 meals a day. It was quite the change. It was quite the change. We had a routine. I dressed my mother and gave her a shower every day. Her clothes always had to be put together, her hair had to be just so. We used to always say she was plucked. And everybody would come to see her. My house was just a flurry of activity. But for me, my large social circle of friends disappeared very quickly after I was a caregiver. When you're no longer able to just leave on a whim, and you have to watch the clock for when you return, people disappear. I held no animosity because I was focused on my duties at hand. Caregiving is a commitment that you make with your whole heart for somebody that you love. And the key to being a good caregiver is to having a routine. I'm often asked if I had an aha moment when I was doing my caregiving. Mine occurred in a very difficult 6-month period from the time that she was 98 until she was 99. My mother was diagnosed with bilateral pneumonia before Thanksgiving. Her doctor opted to send her home so I could take care of her. I struggled through that holiday season with a never-ending cough and fever. And I met a young pharmacist who said to me, "You need to give her children's medication because quite often people her age cannot metabolize adult dosages." Well, the cough and the fever disappeared, but she developed seasonal allergies that set up shop in her ears. She could not hear. And for weeks, my brother and I yelled and yelled and yelled to just try to engage her in a conversation. In one 7-day period, I had her in urgent care 3 times, in her doctor's office twice. Now, when you have a 99-year-old who's on a walker, who's sick, who needs help dressing, bathing, getting in and out of the house and the car, up and down hallways and sitting in doctor's offices, which she didn't do very patiently, I can tell you. And then you turn around and you go back home. Well, it's pretty stressful. She was sick, we were both stressed, I was exasperated. One morning I called one of my former coworkers who was a social worker at a local hospice. And her only question to me was, "Why aren't you using the physician service in our area?" I hung up the phone and called her doctor. I called her insurance carrier. And I called this entity. And for the last 3 years of my mother's life, she never went out of the house again for another medical appointment. Once a month, a physician assistant, or a nurse would come to visit her. If I needed them more frequently, all I did was call. She was happy as a clam to sit at her couch and have her blood drawn, or to have a test, or to get a shot. And we were both far less stressed. She was much, much safer. In the beginning, we went to all of family gatherings. We went to weddings, we went to birthday parties, we went to holiday dinners, gatherings, and barbecues, and even occasionally we go to my brother's on a Sunday afternoon. But as her dementia worsened and it became more difficult, it took all the king's horses and all the king's men to get her in and out of houses and up and down steps. And you know that because your house was one of them we came to a lot. My niece is with me. One Sunday, we were going to a family gathering. My brother and one of his sons-in-law came to help me get her out of the house and then get her back in the house. It was a terrible struggle. Her dementia had got to the point where we couldn't keep her engaged, and large groups confused her. So for the last 3 years of her life, my mother never left the house, and we never went to another family gathering. She began having mini strokes. Some of them were very violent. I would call 911, they'd haul her to the hospital, emergency room, the doctors would huddle around her, and they'd take tests and they'd hang up an ID bottle. And when my brother and I would ask, "What's wrong? What causes this?" They would shrug their shoulders and say, at her age, it could be most anything. And increasingly, every time she got ill, it was because she was old. These episodes would last for like 2 hours. And then she would come out of them. She would begin to talk, and she would begin to laugh. She would tell my brother he needed to go home. And it was as though they had put a can of Red Bull in that IV line. One night my brother said to me, let's not call 911. Let's sit quietly with her in her bed. And we took turns sitting on the bed, holding her hand, talking very quietly and calmly to her. And eventually she came out and she was speaking very coherently and calmly to us, and then she dropped off into a very deep, deep slumber. We never called 911 again. When people ask me what the most difficult thing about my 9.5 years was, I don't tell them that it was hearing my name hundreds of times a day. I don't tell them it was when I was mopping floors or giving her a shower or doing laundry at 1 or 2 in the morning. Or when I was racing through the grocery store at 5 a.m. Or when I would find her on the floor and I have to call 911 for a lift assist. As my mother's age-related dementia worsened, for the last 6 months of her life, all of her dead relatives visit us at least once a month. She would talk and she would ask questions, and she would want to know why they didn't come to see her, and she would want to know when we were going to go see Uncle Joey driving that track in that beautiful field that she saw him in, and she'd want to know this and she'd want to know that. And eventually, she started to think I was her younger sister. Jeanette, where are you? What are you doing, Jeanette? Jeanette, come on in here. I got something to say to you. It was just really, it was difficult. It was more than difficult. But as we began to notice very much that she was becoming quite weak. She needed more care. It was difficult for her to ambulate. She needed more assistance. We put her to bed in the afternoon, and then the dead relatives would all seem to go away. She'd wake up and be happy to see me, and we would continue our routine. In April of 2017, I signed the papers to put my mother in home hospice. On Mother's Day, after everybody had gone home and all the family had left, she became very, very ill. I put her to bed, and she died in her bed 2 weeks later at the age of 102. I had to learn to reintegrate into a life that had passed me by for 10 years. Everything changes. Everything changes. We knew she was at peace, and I hadn't been in a restaurant in 8 years. I hadn't been on a vacation in 12. I hadn't been to Mass in more than 10. The world had changed. And reintegrating back into a world that changes that much is a process that in some ways still occurs today. About 6 months after my mother died, about 6 months after my mother died, I was cleaning out a pantry on a cold Colorado winter day, and I came across all of her cookbooks. And so I hauled them all to the dining room table, and as I went through them, I began to hand write out recipes, her favorite recipes. I put them in a binder. I had 20 copies printed for her granddaughters, her great-granddaughters, and some of her special nieces. I began to collaborate in 2019 with ReadersMagnet to promote and market my caregiving book. It was published by another entity. In the midst of the pandemic in 2020, ReadersMagnet called and asked if I had another book I could publish. But they asked me to tie my caregiving book to my cookbook. So for the many months that followed, as I entered recipes into my computer, I began to remember the stories and the people that certain recipes came, and I began to write about what I remembered about, well, this dish was one from my sister-in-law, and this dish was one from my aunt, and we used to eat this at 4th of July. And one caregiver's journey started to tie in with the sister book, Generations of Good Food. And Generations of Good Food, as Dodge said, is a compilation of 200 recipes of my mother's Italian family of 6 generations. It's a happy book. And as you read the recipes, look at the pictures, you'll be happy. You'll want to go into your kitchen and you'll want to cook. And the recipes are for a novice cook as well as a trained chef. There's some pretty difficult recipes in there. I would be grateful to Reader's Magnet, and I am. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for helping me through the journey of writing a caregiving book, marketing it, and the experiment of publishing a cookbook. Reader's Magnet, these confabs and the book fairs that they sponsor are wonderful ways for we authors to share our stories with the public and for the public to ask us questions. Reader's Magnet also sponsors the Festival of Storytellers, which is an international virtual event where authors have the option of doing live podcasts and communicating with people from all over the world. Truly, we can share our stories with the world. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for my 2 consultants who I heard from a lot today. Thank you for having management that demands honesty and integrity from their staff. Thank you, John, Dodge, Leah, and Ms. Kathy, for being part of my journey. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Sir.
You talked about what a transformation it was when your mother first got sick. Not seeing friends and things. And then you spent those years almost totally devoted to taking care of her.
Absolutely, it was.
What kind of a transformation was it to get back?
You know, I became much stronger and more resilient in those 10 years of taking care of my mother. Because my mother used to sing. She loved to sing. She spent her days in prayer and singing in Italian. Sometimes she sang. Sometimes I would put her to bed and she'd sing at the top of her lungs, and almost every night she sang herself to sleep. But the transformation in coming back out is watching how, and I used to drive to the grocery store. I mean, it wasn't that I was, but as far as going anywhere and doing anything, I did not. I actually went to 2 family gatherings in the last 3 years, and one was to a great niece's graduation, and the other one was to our great nephew's wedding. Other than that, I was home with my mother all the time. The transformation has been, you drive down the street and nothing looks the same. All the buildings have changed, the roads have changed, the streets have changed, there's damn much traffic, you don't know what to do.
And your routines with your friends aren't there anymore.
Excuse me?
Your routines with your friends.
Oh, you know what? I never went, I held no animosity that they all disappeared.
Oh, I'm not suggesting.
And I was so focused on my task at hand that I really didn't care. And to this day, I have not reached out to a single one of them. You know what? If I wasn't good enough for them to stay with me while I was having a difficult time, I didn't need them. And I still don't need them.
First of all, thank you so much for sharing your mother's story. It's very touched, very beautiful. And the second, I just kind of wanted to, do you have you think about to do a cook channel?
Oh God, no.
Because you know what, I love to see, because,
Oh God, no.
because I love to see how your heart and how you be doing to cook. And if you can share one of your specials.
You know what? For one of the Festival of Storytellers, my dear friend over here, had me do 2 podcasts a day. And in the morning I did a 30-minute cooking video. And in the evening I did a 30-minute caregiving. So in the morning I was in the kitchen and at night I was sitting by my dining room table. And I would say to him, John, I gotta make 2 of everything. Because I don't know if it's gonna turn out or not. You don't wanna make something while you're being on the podcast and then going, oh, Fridays it didn't turn out. But, so I remember making 2 pumpkin cheesecakes. And I made one the day before, and then I had that one in the oven, and I took the other one out, and I remember cutting it, and I had saved it for a Christmas gathering with my cousins. And the second one I brought to my niece's house for Thanksgiving dinner. And when I cut into that cheesecake and saw how it turned out and how good it was, I want to tell you, that was a real feat. That was a lot of fun. And then I proved to myself I can cook and I can bake. And my mother, my caregiving book is a legacy to my mother because she was an unbelievable baker and cook. She was just an unbelievable baker and cook. But her mother was a wonderful baker and cook. And all of us granddaughters learned to cook from our grandmother when we were very young. I can tell you about, I'm not very big, but I can tell you about standing next to the table on a little bench that I still have in my pantry. It was my grandma teaching me how to make pasta. That big well of flour and all those eggs because I used to cook for 10, 15, 20 people at a time. And that's the toughest thing about being alone, as I am now, is I don't know how to cook for me. So I'm glad I have my brother. His wife passed away 3 years ago, so whatever I cook, I make sure half goes in his refrigerator before he comes and we eat together. So, yeah, it's been good. I'm blessed. It's sometimes those years like that.
What about dating?
Pardon me?
Dating?
Yes.
Do you still have you gone out on dates after taking care of your mom?
Yeah. My mother was just a neat little lady. Don't you think Nana was neat?
Yeah, she was wonderful.
Nana was, the kids all called her Nana. Nana was, she was just an extraordinary lady. And when we moved from the farm, after my father died, and we moved from the farm and I bought my first house, her granddaughters were all newly married and new mothers, and they would come in the afternoon to bring all the little kids to see Nana. And I can remember my mother making huge platters of fried pizza dough so they could dip it in honey and sugar. I can even remember the dogs eating. Yes?
I think one thing neat about your mother's life is that she had you.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, what a blessing for her to have you.
Oh, thank you. My mother, she came from the generation that worked. She came from the generation that worked hard. They worked hard and they played hard. In my caregiving book, I revert back. I digress. But I will often tell of the times when I was a handful growing up. And my father would look at my mother and he'd say, "You know what, Mary, we should have danced all night." So, but it's fine. It's fine. It's proved to be very fruitful. And as a policy and legislative analyst, I was used to speaking in front of groups, and I was used to writing. So, journaling came easy to me. But there were some tough days. There were some really, really tough days. And when the dead relatives would come, she might talk for as long as 26 hours, 36 hours, and ask questions, and I stayed right there with her. So there were some really difficult times. And I just became, when my aunt's son came to visit her, my mother kept calling me Jeanette. I mean, he was pretty perplexed. Why is she calling me Jeanette? Just who she thinks I am now. And I was all right with it, because Jeanette was my godmother. But I was all right with it. There's no sense of fighting this stuff, because you can't change it. You can't make people be what they're not going to be in certain times of their lives. So I was happy. I'm a better person for everything I did. I'm more resilient, I'm stronger, I'm just a better person. I'm a lot quieter than I used to be too.
Last few questions for Ellie.
Thank you, Dodge.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ali Cassette. Such an inspiring story of transforming lives. I think everyone can relate to that. I mean, if you really want to take care of someone, I mean, if you love someone, you would really spend the hours of the day, even years and years of your time, and even your personal time, just so you can extend and provide that. And I think that if there's one person you would really give that to, it's really your mother. I would definitely do the same. So again, Ellie Cassetta, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we're down to our last speaker. She won't be here today, but we are going to be playing a compiled video presentation for her. It's going to be like 15 to 20 minutes. And while we're doing that, we can network again. You can exchange business cards. And we're going to close it after. We are going to present our next speaker via video presentation. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. Readers Magnet is live on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Log into our channels and share it to our channels. Tomorrow we're going to open at 9:30 and everything starts at 10. Okay? All right, so let's watch the video presentation of Renee Savello, and then we're going to close it thereafter. Thank you so much, everyone.
Book Freckles finds a forever home. Renee Cervello lives in Texas with husband Anthony, also known as the Kid, together with their children Kelly and Ty and their grandchildren. She is also the author of the book and another one, Humor All the Way. Grab a copy of Renee Cervello's books, Freckles Finds a Forever Home, Humor All the Way, and You're Kidding, I'm a Senior. Available on Amazon.com.
all the way is, I guess, a continuation of my life. Both books have been about my life, and I live humor every day. Doesn't understand it. I'm happy about something. At least once a day, something pops up. But I have things that happen in my life a lot. It even started when I was much younger. It was just things that had happened to me, or and I find it very comfortable. And so I think often communication is definitely a part of it.
Freckles Finds a Forever Home by Renee Cervello. Freckles Finds a Forever Home is about a little rabbit that wants a real family and home. She wants to leave the bunny farm and find a home forever. A family, the Cervellos, wants a real bunny to join their family. Daughter Hallie found an adorable rabbit at a farm. She took the little miniature rabbits to her parents' home to meet them. It was love at first sight. She had some patches of brown mixed with her fur that looked like bunny freckles. She was promptly named Freckles. She has so many adventures in her new home that it's hard to keep up with her. We know you will love reading all about them all. Grab a copy of Renee Cervello's book, Freckles Finds a Forever Home, available at Amazon.
Let's face it, nothing can be more of a bummer when you wake up on the wrong side of the bed. It's when you are unprepared for the curveballs that life throws at you. Then everything goes downhill, and you begin to think that your life sucks. You begin to morph into a grumpy old cat that hisses at anything and anybody you meet. Big deal. So, what if the universe makes you the butt of the joke that day? The thing is, it's not the end of the world. Look at the brighter side. It all makes the difference. Listen, life becomes when you let loose and let your hair down once in a while. Be carefree in a world where perfection is a never-ending uphill climb. Laugh, smile, giggle, go crazy. Take time to kick back. Just move along and enjoy the fun moments, no matter wherever you are and whatever your circumstances. Go with the flow. Trust me, a little dose of laughter is enough to get rid of anything that sets you off or puts you in a bad mood. As they say, laughter is the best medicine. Now, that's the true RX for life, to live longer and happier. After all, our life is never long enough. Nothing is better when you treat life with humor all the way.
That's for babies. He's in Australia.
All right, hello everyone and book lovers alike. Welcome to another enlightening discussion here in Reader's Magnet, the featured author interview. And I'm your host, Red Sanchez, and with me is one of the Reader's Magnet featured authors. Her name is Miss Renee Cervello, and she's the author of the book. She's the author of the book, Humor All the Way. You're kidding, I'm a singer. And this is a new version of her book. So, hi Renee, how are you doing today?
Great, thank you.
Well, it's an honor for me to do this interview with you. And I actually heard that you were featured in Aruba today.
Yes, we just returned. Been going there for 27 years now. And Aruba Today newspaper wanted to do an article. Pilar was the correspondent, and she did a great job. And we talked about the book, both books, actually, the first book and the second book. And so it was a lot of fun. And we know a lot of people on the island. There are a lot of visitors there every year. So they got to partake in the book and the newspaper article also that they did.
Okay, and that's wonderful, and I think that's something that not many authors can actually, or can actually experience right now. I mean, especially if you're a new author. Now, can you tell us more about yourself?
Yes. Actually, I started making up stories and writing when I was in the 4th grade because my parents and I moved to Venezuela. Wow. My father worked there. And we were in a small oil camp, not a large one that had clubs and swimming pools. No, small, maybe 6 houses. And the kids were older. I was bored, so I would look out my window and make up stories about the iguanas, the white frogs that can stick on you. And when I got tired of using all the animals in stories, well, then I would look at the people around me and invent stories that they were off to do whatever. So boredom started it. But as I aged, and I had a 30-year retail career, and I was always on planes, going here, going there for the job. And you see a lot of things on planes, airports, a lot of people, a lot of observations. And I started writing my notes, and I've been writing them all of these years. And 2017, I decided share the humor, so I wrote a little book called You're Kidding, I'm a Savior. And it didn't get much traction because I really didn't know what to do with how to market a book at that time.
Exactly.
And so I have ended up now with ReadersMagnet, who has a million different ways to market books, hence I'm with you today.
Yes.
So I've been very pleased with what they've done for my 2 books. They've taken both books and are marketing them. And So it's opened up a lot of opportunities, and I'm doing a lot of different things. This live interview with you is a first.
Right.
So I hope I don't blow your career and anything's possible. But anyway, it's been a lot of fun, and we're beginning to see, a lot of things going on with the books, and that's what we were after. And so it's been a long road, short road, so to speak.
Well, I can definitely agree with that. Especially if you have, and I'm talking about this situation where not many authors are actually doing active marketing for their book. Now, what can you possibly share to this to our audience right now? Those who are watching us live right now on our ReadersMagnet Facebook page and YouTube channel, what can you share to them, especially to those who are afraid to do marketing about their book? Do you have any kind of experiences in the past that you can share to them or to us?
Well, I think we all, when we go into this field, I felt like, well, I've been in retail for 30 years, so how hard can it be to market a book? And sure, a lot of people feel the same way, I don't know. But guess what? I was wrong. So retail did not carry over to publishing / marketing. And I've said it many times, if you're going to write a book and put all of that effort into it, please, please, please find a company like Readers that can steer you in the right marketing, or otherwise your book will just sit there and do nothing like my first book did. To be perfectly honest, we didn't do anything because nobody knew about it except me and the 4,500 family that told me it was great, but okay, we're tired of reading it, we're tired of talking about it. Do something else. So anyway, you do need marketing if you're going to have a success with your book.
I agree. And did you somehow, like this book, Humor on the Web, did this came from another book, or does this remind you of another books?
No, it's just my observations through the years. I write on little white cards. My husband goes into hives every time he sees me with a handful of white cards. What are you doing now? And he said, please, no, nothing else. And I said, yeah, it's going to be a book. So, I write down my observations. People are funny. If you get out there and observe people, it's a barrel of laughs. I mean,
exactly.
It really is. And in an airport, a million laughs. So it's really easy to write these books because the humor is everywhere, every day. It's really easy.
Did anybody help you writing this book?
No, but I did ask friends and family if they wanted to participate, if they had stories. So I did add those to the book, but as far as anybody helping me, no, I knew what I wanted, and it was just fun. I didn't want to bash anybody. I didn't want to go into politics. I just wanted funny. In fact, my sister-in-law has always referred to me as Lucille Ball. And she says I'm reincarnated in her body or something. I don't know about that, but I have a good time, and I see a lot of humor. And my own personal situations have been pretty funny at times. So I just write about it on my white cards, and one day all the white cards get into a little book. Somehow.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to this industry or writing books, did you even consider writing a different maybe genre, maybe a children's book or historical content, or maybe a retail kind of thing book?
Actually, it's funny you mentioned that because through the years I did write different things, but they're in a file in my desk.
Okay.
I have a lot of desk drawers with files in them, and I would just write whatever came to mind. I have many stories about the grandkids, and but what is going to come out soon is the children's book about our personal rabbit, and that's something different.
Okay.
And so then after that, like I said, the first part of the year, we'll get back on track with another humor book because there's so much of it in the world.
You know, you have to keep observing it, keep writing it down because there's so much of it.
Now, to those younger, you know, I would say human being like me, or yeah, let's just say kind of like afraid to you know, get to that point, like senior, call it senior, right? What can you somehow share to them, or let's just say, yeah, your advice?
Well, on the bottom of the book, I said humor is the RX for life. And to me, I believe that 100%, that if you can bring humor into your life, I think it helps with your general health. It's just, you know, you marry your opposites. So my husband and I will see a situation two complete different ways. His will be the serious side, and I'll be bending over laughing, and then he's mad at me for making what's funny. And I'm like, that is what just happened. But I think if you can bring humor into your life, it helps your well-being. And so, you know, there are a lot of people that have sad situations, and
True.
you know, it's very hard for them. But I say to you that if you're in bed and cannot get up, if you're in a wheelchair and cannot get up, find a little humor. Get a little smidgen of humor in there, and I think it'll help the world. What does it do? It's helped me. I mean, I have a good time in life because I see humor everywhere, and life is funny to me. So it doesn't matter what age, whether you're a senior or very young like you are, Red, you can see humor, and you know, if you can appreciate the humor, I think it helps your overall balance in life.
I agree, and I would definitely gonna take that, Renee. And what can you share to those audiences or readers right now who are watching us live? Like, what can they get out of this book of books?
Something very simple, laughs. That's it, laughs. It's this book, Humor All the Way, is more of my personal stories. And I've got more of my husband in there because, like I said, we are total opposites. And so he was, in his younger years, he was into all sports and very good at them. And so during the years, he tried to drag me out to golf courses. And made a big mistake. He would take me out in Texas in July, the hottest part of the year, and try to teach me golf. You know, hit the ball, Renee. Well, where'd it go? Well, it went. Okay, go pick the ball up, Renee. You got to hit it again. So I go over and I'm in a puddle of poison ivy. You know, it's hot. I'm sweaty. I'm red. I'm itchy. And I said, that's it. He said, we haven't even passed the first hole. And I said, this is my last hole. This is it. So, you know, we have experienced a lot of things like that through the years. And so if you want to pick up the book, I think any age, not just seniors, but any age can relate to some of these stories. I mean, our kids and grandkids have related to a lot of this, believe it or not. And so if you just want laughs, there's no message here except have fun. That's the message.
Well, that's a very powerful message. You know, I mean, I guess everyone or any you know, generation would love to take that message of yours. But I believe this book of yours can be found in Amazon, Barnes Noble, and also in our Reader's Magnet bookstore, right?
Correct.
And do you have a website?
Yes, ReneeServello.com.
Wow. Okay, so again, guys, for those who are watching us live right now, you can get a copy of this book, Humor All the Way, in Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, and if you are in any parts of this planet, you just have to Google Renee Cervello and then Humor All the Way, and you should have the option to purchase that book in your local area or state. And again, her website is Renee Cervello, SERVELLO.com, and I think that's showing on the screen anyway. Sorry about that. And that's where you can find more about Renee. Now, one last thing, one last question here, Renee. What else can you share to everyone when you hear the word humor?
Humor. Okay. Well, to me, humor is happiness. It's relief. I mean, I may have a stressful day, but all of a sudden I discover something that gets my attention and I start laughing. So immediately when I start laughing, the stress goes away. I'm like a much calmer person. So humor is medicine for me. And I think it can be for a lot of people if you just open yourself up to laughing and having a good time, because that's what the book's all about. That's the way I have lived my life. And as you read, and your age, and you're afraid of aging, I will tell you, like I tell my kids, don't be afraid of it, because actually, as you get older, you have less stresses. So the job may be disappearing or slowing down. The family may be older now, and you don't have to worry so much about them. There are many things that happen to you when you age, and I'm not going to talk about the negative, I talk about the positive, that you can have more fun in some areas when you age. Maybe you cannot golf any longer or bowl any longer.
Right.
So there's a lot that can come into your life as you age, and keep yourself healthy as you can, and you're going to enjoy your senior years, but you don't have to be a senior to laugh.
I agree. Well, thank you so much, Renee, for this wonderful opportunity. I wish I could, extend this particular conversation for us. But, again, for those who are watching us live right now, Renee Cervello is the author of the book, Humor All the Way. Grab a copy of her book now from Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, in her website, ReneeCervello.com. And if you want to learn more about her being featured in Aruba today, you might want to check the website as well. And I believe it's Aruba.com, ArubaToday.com.
ArubaToday.com.
There you go. So, thank you so much again, Renee, for your time today.
Red, it's been a lot of fun. Thanks for working me into your schedule, and you and I will have to have some other conversations later on.
Well, I'm excited. Why not? Well, yeah, it's going to be fun. Thank you again, everyone, for watching us today. And be safe here with Reader's Magnet. Be sharing your story with the world. Goodbye.
Freckles finds a forever home, humor all the way, and you're kidding? I'm a senior. Available at Amazon.com.
Right, that's it for today, everyone. Thank you so much. A round of applause for everybody who's here today. We have just a successful day one of the Reader's Magnet Confab here in San Francisco, and it's still Friday, right? Tomorrow it's a weekend, it's Saturday, and I know there's going to be a lot more. We have just confirmed all of our speaking authors to be attending tomorrow from 10 until 6 in the evening. To those of you guys that totally appreciate you. Karen, thank you so much for being here. I know your schedule is tomorrow, but I hope you guys would also give and support Karen tomorrow on her schedule. I hope that the rest of you guys who are here today, like Maria, can still visit us tomorrow. Thank you so much, Reverend Errol, for being here today. I know your schedule tomorrow as well. Jeff, you did a good job today. Everyone, hand for all the authors who did the books, their book talk today. Had a chance to really talk about their book, the inspiration behind their stories. Thank you so much, Joe, for coming over today. I know your schedule is on Sunday, but thanks for visiting us on a Friday. And to the rest of our authors and visitors who are here early today and expecting them tomorrow to be visiting us again and listening to the stories of our authors. And keep shouting and supporting each other. And we'll be expecting a lot of book confab and book talk tomorrow, Saturday. Okay? Again, here at Reader's Magnet, we share the story of the world, and that's a testament that we'd like to really explore and materialize so that every one of us would not just write our stories in our book, but have a chance to express and inspire others as well. And there's no other person that's better
we can definitely do that part or job, but the author himself. So again, this concludes day 1 of Book Talk. Congratulations everyone for being here. And see you again tomorrow. This is James Dodge, and I'm hosting day 1 and tomorrow as well. Good evening.
Good evening, James.